Good morning. Hope everyone had a nice evening and ready to go. Fully caffeinated if you're a coffee drinker or tea drinker. But because we need lots of energy this morning, we have a really important topic. We're going to turn to the team that's been working with us in the aftermath of the approval of our technology position and our gap analysis. I want to reiterate what I said yesterday is that the gap analysis is a living document. It's meant to sort of point us in the right direction, but taking a motto that we've used in many things: perfect is not the enemy of the good. We will do more thorough, in-depth research and information gathering if we're going to act on any of the suggestions in the analysis itself. So, for example, in the QM space, if we want to undertake some information gathering, we would have to go deeper and wider in that process. And I reiterate, nothing in the document itself is a standard-setting commitment. We will be driven by the evidence. So I'll take the QM space too. I want to reiterate, at least maybe it's my view, is that just because we say ISQM1 in it doesn't mean we're opening up ISQM1. I don't think there's an appetite for that. It's meant that that's a reference to the paragraphs in terms of technological resources that you could possibly build out from. Again, people shouldn't read too much into it. There's no commitment to a standard or standard setting action yet. That would have to go through our normal due process. So I wanted to make sure we had that all in mind. But that being said, it's really important that we do an analysis like this because it will focus our research and our information gathering going forward. So I'm going to turn it over to Angelo, Christy, and Kevin to help lead us through the session. I look forward to the engagement of the board, and let's begin. Angelo.
All right, thank you, Tom, and good morning, everybody. So it's wonderful to be talking about something other than fraud. I have to admit, I love that project, but this is a welcome change and a welcome pivot. So of course, I'm here today with my esteemed colleagues on the technology team, Christy and Kevin. We had a really busy quarter in terms of outreach, but that we're not anywhere near done on the outreach. Certainly, we haven't, some constituencies are underrepresented. The point with our outreach was not to get an exhaustive outreach done in a quarter. That's not possible. But we're certainly planning on doing more outreach, and we've got outreach planned, for example, with the SMPAG, which is IFAC's Small and Medium-Sized Practices Advisory Group. IFIAR Standards Coordination Group is something we're planning out, as well as another round with the IFAC's Forum of Firms. So I just thought that was important to mention. Neil mentioned in a session in December, and Neil, I'm so sorry for calling you out, but I thought this was such a great comment, that because of the rapid pace of change we've got in this technology landscape, this rapidly evolving landscape, that it will be critically important for the board to keep that catalog updated, such that it can continue to inform the board's activities. And that's what, and I think that's absolutely true. And we completely agree with that. Okay, if we can go to the next slide, please. Okay, a little bit on the agenda. We've got, we saw a lot of enthusiasm in our outreach, and there was a lot of enthusiasm to engage with us in terms of understanding how technology intersects with standard setting and the board's activities. We thought we would allocate quite a bit of time to this session. Now, we wanted to give this session enough breathing room to kind of talk about a bunch of topics that are on your mind and what you're seeing in your endeavors and in your jurisdiction. So we've allocated about 2/3 of our time to the gap analysis discussion, and about 1/3 to component 3. So just a little bit less than 1/3, but give or take, that's kind of the rough allocation that we've got. And component 3 you'll recall, is how the board monitors emerging technologies and how technologies are used in practice to inform its activities. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. So next slide, please. This slide will be very familiar to the continuing board members. To some of the new board members, it might not be. And so we thought we'd take a little bit of a detour and just kind of take a little bit of a historical reminiscing kind of detour to kind of contextualize and place this discussion that we have with you today. So in September of last year, the board endorsed a strategic shift away from what some observers, at least, have referred to technology agnosticism in the board's standards. The board formally acknowledged, although it's a formal recognition, that technology has a transformative potential in assurance engagements and in audit engagements. And the board committed in its statement, which is part of that component 1, that it would facilitate and, where appropriate, encourage the use of technology in audits and assurance engagements and in systems of quality management by the firms. That statement also describes 8 guiding actions. So component 2 is, how do you take this statement, which is kind of abstract and directional, how do you operationalize that? And that's what component 2 is. And this gap analysis is intended to be the first activity in terms of operationalizing this statement that the board endorsed in September. And then finally, with component 3, as I mentioned, this is that all-important feedback mechanism that every good conceptual framework has. It's, how does the board monitor how technology is being used today by entity, not just auditors, but also by assurance practitioners, by entities themselves, but also technological trends that are on the horizon. Maybe we can look out 5 years, 10 years, such that the board can anticipate and properly adjust to technological trends that could potentially disrupt the relevance of the technology position, of its technology position. So that's what component 3 is all about. We're really excited about this new collaboration that we have with various jurisdictional standard setters that are part of the IAASB Jurisdictional Standard Setters Liaison Working Group. That's a mouthful. And that group is Kevin's going to tell you a lot about that in component 3. I won't lead him to the punch there, but we're really excited about that. And there's other JSS members that also have expressed an interest in joining. So that group will likely expand. What is the purpose of that group? It gives the IAASB a greater visibility into what's happening around the world. Certainly this technology is a lot to bite on and a lot to chew, and having a broad perspective and a broad network to help us understand where technology is going is only going to be useful and helpful to the board. Next slide, please. And here's a quick glance at just to kind of repeat a little bit on how we got here. September, there was a clearance of the technology position. There was also that first draft of the gap analysis. December, there was more deliberation about the gap analysis, and now fast forward to today, and today, this week, we're aiming to approve, or rather clear, a technology position. And at some point, I'd love for my esteemed colleague Willie to tell you a little bit about the difference between clearance and approval, if that's of interest to board members. Next slide, please. And the next slide again. Thank you so much. Okay, this is a quick visual. Let's just so we're going to talk now. We're shifting to component 2. And component 2, let's talk a little bit about what this gap analysis is and what it was and where we are. So we brought what we called was a preliminary gap analysis in September. And the plan there was to get something in front of the board to kind of kick the tires on. So based on the recommendations by the board in September, where we got feedback around that was generally directing us to get a lot more specific about what those issues are, how they were identified, and how do we action them? How do we fill those gaps? How do we address these things? So we repurposed the preliminary gap analysis and packaged it as a catalog of issues and proposed actions. That was in December. So issues on that catalog, for example, are what we perceive are coming out of various sources. Part of it is the statement that says that the board is now shifted posture. It's now facilitating and encouraging the use of technology, but also barriers in the standards. And how do we get informed about barriers? We look to the feedback from stakeholders. That's the key source of us knowing about barriers. So we looked at comment letters on 500, ISA 500 was when that was exposed. We looked at feedback on the strategy and work plan development, and there was a lot of technology related feedback there. And that's what informed the version that we brought in December. By and large, the board was pretty happy with the version that was brought in December, but nevertheless, there was some very, very good feedback about things. Have a look at these prioritizations. Let's look at this, have a look at that. And we've done all of that. So in terms of this week, it occurred to us that it wasn't enough for us in order to bring a catalog for clearance at this meeting to just rely on feedback that we had received on comment letters that could be somewhat dated. The world's moving very, very rapidly, and we thought we needed to road test. This term has been thrown around by several people in our group. We needed to road test to some extent this catalog. So we planned what is fairly extensive outreach, actually, for a quarter. What was it? 15 parties an hour and a half per meeting, lots of prep, and lots of great discussion. So that was that kind of outreach that we performed to give us a glimpse into what does the market think about this catalog. And we will bring you some of that feedback, and we'll tell you a little bit about what that is fairly soon. So the version that you have today is meant to reflect both feedback received from the board in December and comments that we received during that outreach that we performed in Q1. So at a very, very high level, stakeholders generally thought that the catalog is a fairly complete repository of technology-related issues that practitioners are facing in practice today. Reps at one Big Four firm said, let's not try to over-engineer this catalog. It's good as it is. It's got a lot of insights in there that will inform the board's activities. Certainly we can get more nuance, but let's do that as we iterate this thing. It's good as it is. That's the general theme that we heard. And Kevin and Christy are going to tell you a little bit more about that feedback as we get into the session. And as I mentioned, there's more feedback to come as we endeavor to refresh this catalog every 6 months. We will bring updates to the board on what we're hearing in the market. And the plan is to bring you an update every 6 months. Next slide, please. Thank you. And here's a really, really quick visual. What is the purpose of this catalog? It's important to kind of revisit what is it intended for? It's intended to inform work plan decisions by the board, i.e., it may inform a reprioritization of sorts of things based on what we're hearing in the market, but it also informs project teams. And so that's a really good, these insights are already being used by project teams from what I understand. So that's wonderful. I think that's the purpose of the catalog. It gives the board a bird's eye view over all of the things that it should be thinking about, when all the things we've heard at least that are impacting the profession in terms of technology. The last point there that is very important and is that the board is accountable for this. This is not the technology team's product. It's certainly, we bring you a draft and we deliberate it and we talk about it and we talk about it's an information source for the board, but ultimately the board owns it. So that's merely a way to say, I'm looking forward to a wonderful discussion with all of you, and we're looking forward to representing and integrating your feedback in the version of the catalog that you will clear. Next slide, please. Okay, so before we get into the various themes, now what we have here is we've broken down the questions by theme. Theme 1, theme 2, theme 3, and each of us are going to take turns going through the themes. I wanted to give you a really, really high level on what we heard. So again, the key here in terms of what we heard is the catalog seems to be complete. There's opportunities to enhance it, and let's do that. But there wasn't anything in terms of, well, we think that theme should come out entirely. We're going to get into all of this fairly soon, or we think you should be adding 10 more issues to that catalog. That's generally, I think, what we heard. With that, Chrissy, I think we should jump right into theme 1, and I'm going to turn it to you.
Oh, Willie.
Oh, sorry, Willie.
Yeah, maybe just before we get into theme 1, I just wanted to update the board on, we're going to have a little bit of a change in the procedure that we were going to follow. So we're not going, because Angela is also involved in the fraud project, there's just no time this week to turn the catalog and bring it back on Friday. So we're not going to do that. So remember, what we are trying to do with the catalog is exactly what we did with the technology position last year in September. And that is simply to be asking the board whether a majority of the board members are comfortable that the version that we have in front of us today, subject obviously to the discussion we're going to have and subject to the input from the board members, is the version that represents our deliverable as part of the initial step for component 2, to do the initial gap analysis, to have a cutoff point and to say, right, we've achieved that target. This can be posted on the website, and we will talk a little bit about that later. And then obviously subject to the fact that that's not done. It is, as Angela said, it is meant to be an evergreen document that will be maintained, that will be updated. The board will be updated every 6 months. So what we want to do is at the end of this session, so please make sure as we go through the themes that if you have comments that you want to be reflected in the catalog before we post it on the website, that we are aware of those. And that at the end of this session, whether you are comfortable, that's subject to the changes that need to be made, that this is the conclusion of that first step that we took after the approval of the technology position. What we will do, however, is before we post it on the website, we will circulate offline a version to the board, a marked up version to show the changes. And then once we get the feedback from the board after a 7 or 10 day period, then we will take that as the version and we will put it on the website. So we will not see the catalog again later in the week.
Thank you, Willie. I will take the board through the first theme, which is on the catalog, about technology, about terminology. So as Angelo mentioned before, over the past few months, we have conducted very broad stakeholder outreach in this quarter to gather feedback from the market on the catalog. And I'll share with you the market feedback that we have heard so far. So for theme 1, terminology, what's really encouraging we have heard is very strong alignment between the stakeholders' views and then the board on the need to revisit the technology-related terms in our standards. And as one of the stakeholders that put it very nicely, so terminology is foundational to auditing standards. We all need to speak the same language, and clarifying the terms makes a lot of sense, and it will help the profession apply them very consistently. So these feedback reinforce that we are on the right track, and on the result, we did not make significant changes to the theme 1 terminology in the catalog, and it remains as a high priority in the catalog. In addition, the terminology issue fits very squarely with the audit evidence and response integrated project that has just kicked off in Q1. And our technology team has been in very close coordination with the audit evidence and risk response team and deliberated together some of the terminology related issues together with that team. And we will continue to do that. So with that, I will open up for input from the board members on this issue.
Okay, so we're just dealing with theme one. And because if I'm reading this right and know the papers on 500 and 330, this topic comes up in more detail in that topic. So we don't want to have a detailed debate about what the right terminology here is. It's just we agree that this is a topic that needs to address. Okay, Nancy.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. So fully supportive, and I agree with the feedback that the staff has received. It is foundational. We have to know what we're talking about. So fully supportive of that. No specific tweaking suggested for the wording either. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy.
Feel like I've been on the technology journey for a very long time. And I'm also happy not to be talking about fraud. So some overall comments. I think we've made tremendous progress since we first started the journey on this gap analysis and what it's intended to be and what it's not intended to be, and taken some really good input. I think the words that were spoken by Tom and by you are very clear that there'll be continuous reach out, but I'm still hearing a lot of noise on that, meaning, nobody's talked to us and things like that. So we'll talk in the technology consultation group on the who's and the where's and where that might be coming from. Also, Tom, you mentioned about the ISQMs, and we have to keep mentioning that because I think people don't always listen, and there is a lot of noise, as you know, in the system about that. I don't have any themes to add. In fact, my concern is that there's a lot here, and are we overcommitting or making the perception that we're going to do all of these things, which is optics, right? And sometimes can be misinterpreted. I had sent in a suggestion on making it clearer what high, medium, and low mean on the face of the document, not sending people to another place to find it, because sometimes that doesn't help. And I do have some recommendations of things that can be taken out, which I had sent in offline. But for example, at the end of issue 1 in the terminology, we talk about ATT, and then we also talk about, we have also heard that it's unclear what automated tools and techniques are. First, it needs to be aligned with what's in audit evidence and risk response. And second, I'm not sure the example is helpful. So I had sent in some observations on that because it talks about audit platforms in Excel, but it doesn't really give you the range. So, I thought it would be helpful either to take the example out or to make it clearer so it's not confusing. And that's all I have on 1. Great job. And I also would like to say publicly that the technology consultation group that has been put together by the staff is a great group. It leverages from the board, and it also leverages from outsiders who I think have really good observations that are helpful in bringing the whole gap analysis to life and other things. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on theme 1? Robert? Oh, and then Hernan, and then Robert. Sorry, I didn't see yours.
Thank you, Tom. Well, first of all, thank you to Angelo and the team for the update and for the work done so far. I fully support the decision of the group to include the terminology issue as a high topic in the catalog. Every time I talk to others about technology standards of auditing, what I can hear is the need of updated terminology in the standard. That I fully support this point. Thank you.
Robert?
Well, thank you very much. and I want to make one or two general comments and then a specific one with respect to the first issue here. General comments, I like the discussion, and I can only urge you to have some deeper discussions with the project group as we had, if you get the opportunity, but I guess you will get the opportunity discussing with them. It's good. The other general comment I would like to make is sometime today, I guess, we should, from my perspective, discuss how are we moving forward and who's the gatekeeper of these issues, that they are being implemented or whatsoever, or being taken care of in our future work. Yeah, will it be the project group? Will it be the ISA projects, the respective ones? How is it coordinated for the future to make sure that these issues, well, if they have high or medium priority, will get baked into our ISA project work for new ISAs to be modified. The specific comment I would like to make on terminology, and just popped into my eye when I read this again 5 minutes ago, you make a specific reference with respect to automotive tools and techniques, and you're not using the word spreadsheet, you're using the word Microsoft Excel. I would rather stay with spreadsheet instead of naming a specific software company. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for those comments. The one thing, Robert, I'll repeat a little bit of, at least conceptually from a management standpoint, how we will make sure that we're following through. First of all, we view this very much cross-functionally, that the technology team effectively are the champions within the organization, keepers of this document, but then they work with project teams on the specific projects. And from a management standpoint, Vili has oversight over the whole technical program, and we as board members ultimately have the final accountability, and so we have to continue to regularly review this. And I think we're talking about, once this stabilizes, basically on a 6-monthly basis, that we would have a discussion like this at the board level, not like this one, because we're still talking about where we are, how it has to evolve. Otherwise, one of the things, Wendy, I'm thinking about your comments about the sensitivities in the market. I'm going to probably play with a head-in on possible standards. I think it gives the wrong impression that those are the standards we're going to change, which in fact, those are the current relevant standards that give lead to this topic. And so there's some language we could play with there to say something more along the lines that this is where the relevant topics are, but it doesn't mean that we're revising those standards. So I think there's some nuance that we could get into, because again, I've spent more time than anything else saying that we're not reopening ISQM1, which unless people have a different conception than I have, that is not our intent. The question is we'll talk about this in a little bit, is what we do as a jumping off point. Vili?
Thank you, Tom. I also just want to give the perspective, obviously fully agree with everything you say. I think what's important is the technology position, and in this catalog in particular, is meant to inform the board's work plan decisions. So whatever happens or doesn't happen, the board needs to decide. And then also it will give direction to the actions at the project levels. But maybe just share this fact with you. What I did when we were looking at the catalog again, there are 25 issues in the catalog. We are undertaking 3 projects on our current work plan that really leans into technology, that focuses on technology. And that's the audit evidence and the risk response project, the modernization of other standards in the 500 series, and then the technology focus on quality management work stream that we've created. Now, if you just take those 3 work streams, those 3 work streams already address 18 of the 25 issues. So, and that's the way we need to make sure, and that's why we believe we need to come back at least every 6 months. So we're on top of this. If we have to pivot, if we have to make changes, then we can make those changes, and the board can give us the direction to go ahead with certain things.
Neil, then Christy.
Thanks, Tom. Well done to the group that's put it together, and we've certainly been involved in a number of engagement activities since our last meeting in December. So, and some of that input was fairly late in the process. It might not have been incorporated into these papers just yet, but I'm sure as it's a living document, these things will come to light. I guess I wanted to express my support for it. I think it's a complete analysis. It's pitched at the right level. The key for me is going to come down to the proposed actions, the speed at which we can execute on those. So, that's kind of where we are. We're saying we're going to do these things. That's great. In terms of the technology, in the trying to get this term. I've provided some comments offline, and I think some of those comments might go beyond what we're looking for in this discussion. So, I support that a deeper dive is needed to try and understand it. And technology is obviously very broad, got to get proper consideration. What I'd also put is just to say, do we always need a definition? Why do we need that definition? When are we going to be using the definition? Can we pivot towards something like resources, so that we're not differentiating from technology versus human resources, so that we're not running two separate streams, and incorporate that as part of the deep dive. But that's, I guess, going beyond what we're needing to do. It's getting into a potential outcome. So let me leave it there from a technology point of view for now.
Christy, let me get Greg in, and then you may want to respond to a number of things.
Thanks, Tom, and thanks to the team for the work. I just want to make a general comment building on some of the general comments already made, and it's about linking the actions with the prioritization. So at the moment, we say we prioritize actions when we're not prioritizing the issues. So in an issue where you've got multiple actions, so you might have a standard setting action and a non-authoritative guidance, and maybe, I would have thought we would want a priority against each of those actions, because we're going to be, and it's back to what Billy's saying about the work, this is going to drive the work program. We need to actually be granular enough that each action has a priority. Otherwise, how will we know whether, the standard setting action is more important than this non-authoritative guidance? So, and some of them are fine at the moment, but if you could just check through generally that the proposed actions each have a priority. And then I think ultimately, obviously, we as a board need to agree with those relative priorities. Thank you.
I'll respond to a few of the comments that has been raised. And first of all, I would like to thank the board for your support. I've heard lots of support around the table about this issue, and then generally the catalog. So thank you very much for that. So Wendy, you mentioned that I think you emphasized the importance to coordinate with the audit evidence and risk response team, especially about the terminology issue, and I fully agree with that. And I think that, for example, we have been bringing up some of these discussions to the TCG for discussion before the board sessions, and we've received very insightful feedback from the TCG. So thank you for that as well. And we'll continue to do that and keep on bringing some of these issues to the TCG for discussion in the next few quarters as well. So that's we committed to doing that as well. And then also I think from both of you and also Neil, that talks about technology, which is broad. And then we recognize that, and we don't want to incidentally exclude certain things from, this broad spectrum of technology when we're doing standard setting as well. So we recognize it's important to keep that so that our standards and terminology will fit for purpose. So that's definitely one of our considerations. Yeah, and we'll continue to deliberate that as part of the audit evidence and response work stream on this as well. So. And also to your comment, Greg, about the prioritization of each of the proposed action, we have thought about this and deliberated as our team, because what we have proposed actions, those are possible actions we, as a board, we may take on. So that's why when we prioritized it, we prioritized based on the actions. So and that will help us to guide kind of a clear path of what we wanted to do as a board, and also get a just get a view of what we are committed to do as a board as a whole. So we're not. So for example, when we do of the non-authoritative guidance or versus standard setting, those are possible actions on the table. That's not to mean that we will do both, or we have to do both, or we have to pick one over the other. Those are things that are on the table. And then as we explore, we can further narrow down of what makes more sense for us to do. So that's kind of where we're coming from, if that makes sense.
Can I just come back in? So just an example. So if you look at issue 1A, for example, we've got standard setting actions under the proposed action, and we've got high, so that's clear that but if you go to 4B, for example, I think that's the first time that I spotted. So you've got 2 proposed standard setting actions and 1 priority. So are they both high? And we haven't, so I think we need to just be a bit more granular just to think about where there's multiple proposed actions. What are the priorities of each of them? Because we're prioritizing actions, not issues. Yep, thank you.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we'll take it back and take a look at that. Thank you.
And in some instances, we actually don't know whether it's going to be standard setting or not. I think we'll come up to this as a topic that information gathering, we should enter that process unbiased. It may make sense to do guidance quickly, see whether it holds, and then codify into standards at a later date. Like this goes to one of the points that we were responding to earlier. Let's go quickly around the room here because I do want to keep on moving to the other themes, but quickly around the room. Shashi, we'll go around the room. It's just easier to match.
Okay, thank you, Thomas. I have two questions. First one is about the outreach. And I think for technology topics, there are 2 groups of stakeholders which are particularly important. One is the regulators. The other one are the practitioners. So I just want to, find out, say, for example, for the regulator, have you been engaged with IFRA, because I know they are putting together a document called Use of Technology in Audits, which is a very interesting one and it's very insightful. And also the practitioners to really understand what's being used and what's the problems they are having in use of technology. And second question is about the process going forward. You talk about a regular update to the catalog, maybe biannually. I'm just wondering, whether this, what's your consideration for this frequency? Why not quarterly? And a related question is that with the things moving, say the AE and RR project and other project, they will progress, and are those progress of those projects also be updated into this document? Yeah, thank you.
We'll gather a couple of these up. Edo?
Thank you, Tom. So I have more of an overarching comment, and not so much on the first one, but and I think a couple of people have spoken before me, so I can just bring that together. The document speaks of proposed actions. I don't think anything is a proposed action until it hits a project proposal. And that's what Tom alluded to as well. This is going to be on our radar screen, and as we develop our work plan, it may become an action. So I think it's more appropriate to speak of possible actions in the document rather than proposed actions. And I'm going to echo some of the comments here that I think that I still think ISQM1 is not broken in this area. It's broad enough to cover technological resources. I would be skeptical of the need of a separate technology ISQM or opening ISQM1 up for this. Having said that, because I don't want to be too negative, I am entirely behind the board's drive to promote technology properly and safely. And given the necessity for some practitioners to do this, I wonder whether, or maybe it's just my reading, but the document is skewed very much to standard setting actions. Standard setting actions take time, lots of time. And I wonder whether also non-authoritative guidance gets the attention it needs to bring the speed up in dealing with some of these aspects. And that's where, so overall, few comments, but that's how I will remain focused on the catalog. I see technology, including AI, being used. It can be used safely, and the standards are not stopping us using it. Hence also my carefulness of we need to be careful by including requirements, because that may actually stifle innovation rather than, because typically in the more regulated environment people are in, innovation starts dwindling down. So some restraint, please, and otherwise good to go.
Okay, and let's deal with QM when that comes up. Certainly, your points are well taken, but there's some specificity about QM we'll want to take up when that theme comes to the table. Wendy? Oh, Nancy, you wanted to come in still? Okay, Nancy and then Wendy. We're just going around the room.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. So just now I was focusing on theme 1. There are a couple of overall general comments as well. First off, it strikes me as a pretty comprehensive list. So, good work. Thanks to the team. The point you made, Tom, about instilling the fear that we might be opening up the standards. Well, I think that point's been raised by a few people reading it, but I'm not overly concerned about it because I think we do have words about the board should consider. We didn't say we are going to launch into a project right away. We're going to consider. And they're relevant standards that we need to consider. So maybe in a reread, just to take a look at the wording there and only tweak it if we need to. But I'm not overly concerned about that. However, that's just my read of it. The one point I was struggling with, and I didn't put it in our advanced comment, was multiple mention of black boxes. So it comes up later on, and it doesn't just show up in one theme. And the issue there is that it seems to be portraying a hill that's very hard to climb. So I'm thinking more to the spirit of what we have in the position paper, which is really more about facilitating and encouraging, right? And overcoming barrier is one way to help facilitate and encourage. So just wondering whether, nuance and tone-wise, when we get to those parts where we describe the daunting challenges, we talk about them as challenges that we need to address, as opposed to saying that these are barriers and they're restrictive. So turn the tone from negative to more positive, like encouraging, right? And then we got the setup, right? So we're asking people, okay, sorry, I shouldn't get into that, but we're asking them, you need to make up your mind if you are going to use technology. Now that might be a requirement, but having said that, doesn't mean that we're forcing you to use it, right? So those kind of nuance might be important to shake down. Otherwise, I'm not too caught up with the words. I was also struck with the comment about the requirement, the actions. So I was looking for something to help me map, and I was told that it's there. So I just wasn't familiar enough with the different documents to find the mapping. Willie, you capture it nicely. We have 25 issues. So where do I see it? I get the point that it's not prioritizing issues, it's prioritizing the urgency of the action. or whether it's more convenient to get to certain ones sooner than later, or there's a logic to how they should be sequenced. But where do I see how the 25, and the 25 arguably are important issues, where do I see the plan to actually deal with them? So if 18 of them are in scope within our 3 projects, what about the remaining 7? And if you were to go down that path, then I might quibble a little bit more about the priority, because the first impression is there's a lot of green high. So are we able to deal with them? Do we need to prioritize within the prioritization? That was the first thought. But I'm now told that we got them under control. So some of the medium, as we go into the individual themes, I might come back on this point. Thank you.
Okay, Wendy?
Just 2 quick follow-ups, and maybe it's just questions to answer later. From this whole discussion, I have the question of, is it possible for the low priority possible actions to fall off? Is there a mechanism? You know, we talk about it being fluid, but I feel like we're adding, not necessarily taking away. And then I think, Tom, you already said it, we're going to get into this ISQM3 stream that was mentioned a few times, and just expand at some point on what the focus and the purpose of that stream might be. I think that would help clarify.
Okay, let's deal with anything QM related when we get to that theme. I'm conscious of time. My takeaways from this is that from an overall perspective, people are being supportive of the direction. We should be careful about insinuating standard setting actions, specifically when we haven't reached that conclusion. That will come as part of information gathered in a project plan, so we can account some of the language appropriately. We should be careful to not insinuate that we won't do guidance when guidance could be a more appropriate act. There's a discussion of like, maybe we could do this as part of our future work program, like show on our active work program, like across each project, how it's dealing with specific items that are identified. So there's this cross check at some point. But I think we've gotten some good feedback that will be reflected in the draft that will address some of the things. Nancy, some of the points you don't see it as necessarily being too directive. I could tell you people read our documents in a way that they're not intended to. So clearly that's the intent. But I've heard enough in the marketplace that maybe us being a little bit careful on some of the language will be helpful. So with all that, if that you're fine, can we move to theme 2 now?
Yeah, absolutely. I've got the next 2 themes. Kevin's going to jump in on theme 4. So on the conceptual frame, and if we go to the next slide, please, thank you. So on the conceptual framework, what we heard from stakeholders is that this is a critical one, because as you'll appreciate, the other themes deal with what are the opportunities and challenges vis-a-vis our current standards and our current framework. But also what we heard was we got to keep an eye out on things that threaten the very underpinnings of how we create standards, on the conceptual framework that underpins the entire suite of standards. And that's what this is intending to do. So what we heard from one firm, I won't call out the name of the firm, but it's an interesting anecdote, and I thought I'd bring it to the table. Firm said, a rep at the firm said, we pushed 3 buttons, and the tool tells us what to do. Now, I know that's a little hyperbolic. I'm sure the representative of that firm intended it to be hyperbolic, so let's not read too much into it. But the point, I think, is vivid, because what that is essentially challenging is the sequential nature of the audit, the very foundational elements that underpin our entire suite of standards. The sequential of it, you hit 3 buttons, you do this work. Is that a risk assessment? Is that a further audit procedure? Is that something else? Now, again, hyperbolic, But the reason why this conceptual framework is on the catalog and the reason why it's placed as number 2 is not because it's more important than the other themes, because as you see from the prioritizations, they're not all high prioritized. They're not all prioritized as high. But it is important for the board to keep an eye out on these innovations that are happening in practice and how that intersects with the board's activities. Because you don't want to be in a situation where you're going to be caught flat-footed, where practice has shifted in a pretty dramatic way that no longer aligns with the standards. So that's kind of that introductory kind of comments that I wanted to provide. Of course, you'll see that these are not prioritized as high, but we thought it was really important to capture them, even on things like continuous audit. So continuous audit, we heard a lot about, yes, it does. We've been tracking it ourselves for 20 years. Nothing's moved, but we think we still need to track it. And I'm talking about the party that we engage with. We still need to track it. What I'm conveying to the board is that you should also be tracking it. Not the sky isn't falling or anything like that, but it is important to track those innovations that could potentially misalign the standards and practice. And with that, I'll open it up and turn it back to you, Tom.
Okay, so basically we've elucidated on what was in theme 2A to C, and then say it's basically on our watch list. Any comments on this? Ada?
Yes, thank you. And yeah, I won't comment on the 3-step approach. I did that in our private session, Angelo, but that's very far away. These are appropriately classified as low. I don't mind that we track these. I don't see the foundations of our audit being rocked by this anytime soon, because technology still needs to follow how we do an audit, and it's serving the way we do an audit based on principles that we set for it. There was a comment in here, and that probably speaks to where Nancy was coming from as well. And there's now this insertion of the black box technology, and where it could even be impracticable. And that may be the tone thing. I don't think it needed here. We address it in 6B. I think it confuses the matter here. But I also think, and this is where we challenge as we start working on these things, is we need to have a principle that deals with technology, even if it's in a black box, because if firms don't test the operation within the black box, they will do work on the output and whether that's still reasonable to be used. But there needs to be guardrails and principle-based guardrails that applies to current and potentially future technology. So that's primarily my comments in respect of 2, I guess. But thank you.
Josephine?
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you, team, for all your hard work on this. I would just want to support what Ado said. Everything that Ado just said, that's perfect. Thank you. So my point to add on to that is just a very tiny point, which I think I already mentioned to you before in respect of 2C. I really struggled with this idea about where someone is sitting to do the work in terms of continuous auditing. It doesn't matter where you're sitting, you can still do continuous auditing. So I thought maybe you might want to just refresh that, which is unfortunate because it looks like you've put some work into changing it. Now I'm saying just change it back because the way you had it before. But I just wanted to demonstrate my support as well for where you are in this section. Thank you.
Sammy?
Thank you, Tom, and thank you for the team. I think personally that the conceptual framework theme is a very important one. And to explain this, maybe I would like to refer to a story that some of us might have witnessed recently. And this is the story of Real Madrid versus Atletico Madrid. And I don't know if you've seen that, but there was a penalty kick that sort of decided the overall result of the game at the end of the day. And, the penalty kick, when it was watched first by the referee, by everybody else, everybody assumed that was okay. But then 5 minutes or a few minutes later, something came from the VAR and said, well, this is not really an okay penalty kick, and it was canceled. And it was based on that, the result of the game was decided. Now, I'm a Real Madrid fan myself, but I really had so many questions about that call and the reliability of that call. But more than that, it was for me a question of like how technology would impact us, how technology would impact our work and so many other things that we do. So for me, that was more of a case study. And I think for me personally, what I come out, the thing that I came out with from this is that the foundational element here is that audit should be human-led. That technology is good. Technology can be used to support our decisions, support our work. But at the end of the day, the final decision has to be made by the auditors themselves. And maybe this is something to be addressed or be emphasized in the technology position. Maybe in this theme or in the theme where we talk about professional skepticism, but it's very important to say that the final decision should be human-led and not to be left to the machine at the end of the day. Thank you.
Neil?
Thank you, Tom. Just in terms of the conceptual framework, the one piece we've got here is around creating a new expectation gap. What I guess I wanted to highlight is maybe the technology is about closing an existing technology, an existing expectation gap. If we're improving the quality, we're not going to be getting to this absolute assurance. We're going to be getting to this reasonable assurance. Just make sure we don't create an expectation gap and work on the closing. We talk about the continuous audit. We've spoken about it for years and years and years. I think there are two things which do become tricky. One is allocating sort of micro materiality on an ongoing basis. So that's a tricky piece. If you were looking to find an opportunity to engage with our IAASB colleagues, this is also a topic around independence, where the continuous audit do become part of the controls process, needing to remain separate. So if we do progress this, I would make sure that we've got some engagement with our IAASB colleagues on that topic.
Wendy?
Okay, so I agree with a lot of the points around the table. I just want to make, and the conceptual framework overall, I want to make one general comment, which probably applies to all the themes, that sometimes it's hard to match the issue to the proposed action. And that might have been part of Greg's point earlier, but I want to bring it up here because some of the issues seem to go on and kind of add things that maybe we could just take out and still have the same proposed action. And then I do want to strongly recommend that we noodle onto C, because we're going back to published documents from almost 10 years ago. And then I do have to say that the AICPA does not have this on their work plan, so I don't want to imply that. But just let's noodle on the words and see, with the proposed action still being the same, one, in length, but two, it seems to take you back in time, which I think we don't want to do. Thank you.
Nancy?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. So in agreement with comments that my colleagues have made, so not to repeat any of that, just a small add-on, if I may. When we talk about the whole issue of expectation, I like the suggestion to sort of talk about it helping us to close the expectation gap, rather than that there may be an expectation gap. So the tone and the nuance, I think, is important there. What I also like to maybe add on is that it's not so much that entities would look to see did you use technology to audit us? It's more like it's a competitive advantage Like, I mean, they'd be looking for that in your proposal. So they might actually screen you out before they select you in that short list, right, for evaluation. So maybe if we can add on the nuance that it could become a competitive advantage for firms to actually use technology in their audit procedures.
Okay. Akiko.
Yeah, thank you so much, Tom. And yes, I have a comment specifically on AI, similar to Edo's comment maybe, but I'd like to show you that what people are doing in terms of AI recently. So, for example, tech company, a lot of companies using now AI in their business, but and of course AI is a black box, and there's a lot of things that is not unclear and evolving going forward. But I think a lot of company is creating a kind of AI policy which is very high level and which have just some 10 bullet point like that. But why they're doing that is because AI is black box, but we don't have any policy that is not allowed by stakeholders. So I think a lot of firms, maybe big firms, are doing the same kind of things. But I think if our action is not only limited to the standard setting, we can think about that kind of very high level policy we can have to get a kind of how to say relief from the stakeholders around the audit. So that is my comment. Thank you.
Okay. I think we have all the comments on this section. Ado, I just want you to hold your thought on guardrails because I'm going to come back to this in the context of the next topic. Angela and team.
Thank you, Tom. No, I just wanted to summarize what I've heard at a really, really high level. So I've heard support to retain this in the catalog. Certainly, I want to make it clear none of us perceive that there is a legitimate threat to the underpinnings of our standards at the moment. Certainly, so we will. I've heard a lot of noodle on this, noodle on that. We will noodle, I promise, and we'll bring back some of that work for you to look at sometime next week. But I'm sensing general support to retain this, and I think that this area there might be additional issues that might surface as we continue to monitor the world, because there are fundamental questions about how does this fit within your framework. So I think there's some things that the board will want to be aware of. With that, I think we move to the next theme. That's okay. Next slide, please. Okay. Quality management. So on this theme, so let me just summarize a little bit about what we heard. So there was a lot of passion about this theme in our conversations with our stakeholders, and that's wonderful. And a recurring theme that we heard is that they agree that some guidance on quality management principles, or more guidance around quality management principles around the use of technology, predominantly the new kind of technology that is increasingly being used in audits, things around Gen AI, would be helpful to the market. Now, where there were mixed views, and this was absolutely, we heard this as well, is around what is the action associated with this? Is it standard setting? Is it non-authoritative guidance? And you've got good representation in both camps. What I want to steer us away from is that the board hasn't decided anything in terms of what the potential action is going to be. I think what we've proposed in the catalog is further information gathering. And we've heard a lot of support that, yes, we do need to understand a little bit more around how firms are managing some of these consequential issues and by the way, these are both opportunities as well as challenges. So the opportunities are absolutely there. There's big investments in these new technologies across the firms. We've heard from some firms, for example, that on the idea of an LLM that are being increasingly used by their practitioners in audits, that the firm has understood that it is a fool's errand to try to understand how that tool is transforming the input to the output. Because why? Because these are black boxes. You're not going to understand the processing there. And, you know, an example that I think I may have used with this board, but maybe I'll use it again, and it came up in our discussions. It would be analogous to where I asked my esteemed colleague, Chrissy, I say, Chrissy, what's your favorite food? And Chrissy says something. And I were to say, okay, let me look at your brain and let me try to figure out if I can figure out from your neural connections that you would have this answer. That's the analogous. I know that this sounds a little bit hyperbolic, but as these systems become increasingly more sophisticated, the neural firings within these systems are becoming that complex. There's a lot of layers, lots of neurons. So a lot of firms are saying we are not engaging with understanding the transformation of the inputs to the outputs. We are engaging with the outputs. Now, is that the right answer? Is that the wrong answer? No judgment here at all. And no judgment by this board, I think. I think you'll agree. It's important for this board to understand what are these quality management principles that are being applied by the firms, such that we can start to maybe think about some guidance, standard setting, who knows? But it's something that we can only get clarity on that after we've sufficiently understood the what's going on in practice. So with that, I think one other point that I'll make is that none of this is intended to stifle innovation. It's in fact the very opposite. It's all in the interest, in accordance with our technology position, of spurring innovation, because you'll appreciate that regulatory uncertainty can act as a barrier. And I've seen this. I come from a regulatory background, and I've seen firms tell us, well, we don't use that. We run in our audits. We have two sets of procedures. We run the tool, but we also do the sampling, and we do that. Why? Because we're afraid of you guys. I've heard this, and this was a recurring message that we heard, and I've heard this also. Other regulators have those kinds of perspectives. So we will information gather across. Xiaowei, you mentioned regulators, absolutely. Practitioners, we need to understand what practices they're using. So, sorry, long-winded way to say that the idea here is further information gathering to get to understand this a little bit more, and to hopefully be helpful to the market, not hinder the market. And with that, Tom, to you.
Okay. On quality management, I'll invite some comment. Christelle, and then Neil.
Thank you, Tom. On this project, I think that this project is really fundamental in terms of technology and needs to be further explored, because I think that technology is crucial at the firm level, as you said before. And I would like to encourage the team to enlarge the scope of outreach for this quality management issue. And I would like to make 3 points on this outreach. The first point is I think that more jurisdictions could be consulted on this topic, like Asia and Europe. Accountancy Europe, for example, is actively working on this issue, and it could provide valuable comments. And I think it is essential on quality management to have a clear and organized consultation with experts from major regions like European Union or India, among others. The second point that I would like to do is I know that you have consulted service provider, but I think that on quality management, one very important actor is the pure players like OpenAI, Aleph Alpha, or Mistral in France. And I would encourage you to discuss with them, because I think that they play a very significant role on the financial markets, including the auditing market, and the outreach on quality management should include them. And the first point, it's more my point, it's about academics. I think that we could be very helped by major research centers like Erasmus University Rotterdam, for example. It's a research center that is very well known for its data analytics research. It's a top reference for technological changes in auditing, and I believe that they can help us also to work on this issue. So I would like here to emphasize that quality management is a true issue for technological part, and that we need to discuss with all these jurisdictions and actors. Thank you.
Neil?
Thanks, Tom. So, I mean, I think much has been said around the ISQM1, so I don't want to repeat it, but let me see if I can try and articulate it a bit differently from my perspective. I personally, I feel like the principles are appropriate, and the way that we've written the action is kind of undermining that they're not appropriate. So we're saying that, we're going to do this information gathering about whether the relevant principles in ISQM remain sufficient. Perhaps we turn the action the other way around to say the action is going to be around engaging with firms to understand how they've applied these principles. The action is going to be around engaging with regulators as to whether the principles have been applied correctly. Have they found deficiencies? So rather focus on something a little bit more positive than starting with, there could be a problem with ISQM1, let's dig around as much as we can until we find one. So articulate it the other way around. And I think that might help some of the stakeholders that you're engaging with. Then the other thing is we've split it into three pieces, kind of firm level built technology, engagement team technology, and then service provider technology. If we were looking to prioritize things, one, I would probably deprioritize the engagement level. It's not my experience that teams are acquiring, developing major pieces of technology on engagement. They might be small scale. There could be a spreadsheet, a model or something, but this isn't the biggest piece that we're after. So if you're looking to change priorities, I would scale that one down. And then we've got whether the technology is built by the firm or whether there's a service provider. My concern would be that you're looking around a two-tier approach and that there would be different approaches as to whether you're building it or whether you're buying it. Ultimately, we need to make sure that this technology is appropriate for use, and we shouldn't be separating out the approach around how you achieve that. So don't seek out or create a two-tier approach as to whether it's built or bought.
Wendy?
All right, Neil, you saved the board a lot of time because I had a lot of the same comments and agree with them, but I'm just going to add the one that hasn't been raised, and that is the last paragraph of 3A, because I'm unclear on what it's intending. So it's more than an editorial and how it was raised, and it's the one that talks about data privacy and security concerns. So I think it means practitioners are subject to escalating data privacy and security risks that also need to be considered and managed. I think that's what it means, but I don't think that's what it says, and I'm not sure if it should be in the issues or a potential part of the action on considering it. If my rephrase it is correct, I think we should think about it in the action section. Other thoughts, privacy and security concerns raised as an issue would already be addressed by the firms, I think, through quality management. But I think I'll just leave it at that, and to just look at where we place it and whether or not we're really being intentional as an issue, or should it be part of the action aspect.
Kiko?
Thank you. So I have one comment on quality management. So I believe it's not very clear how we will react to this issue, quality management. But if there is a possibility to deal with ISQM1, because I know it's not yet decided, yes, going forward. So in that case, we need to be cautious that ISQM1 is also required in ISA 5000 as well. So I think we need to address both audit and sustainability assurance when we deal with, or maybe research going forward around quality management. So the reason why I would like to emphasize this is not because I'm in the sustainability field, but the information handled in the financial statement audit differs in nature from that sustainability assurance, which brings a new challenge for practitioners to use technology. So particularly in area like human capital and human right in sustainability assurance, it involves more personal data and maybe the personal data and sensitive information, which may affect not only data security and but also human rights. So I know data security privacy is already addressed in the current quality management, but there may be any unintended violation of human rights. So that is maybe a new issue, which may happen less in the financial audit statement or financial statement audit. So considering these challenges, it would be more appropriate to discuss quality management issue related to technology by including sustainability assurance aspect. Thank you.
Greg?
Thanks, Tom. I've just got a comment about the placement of the last paragraph under 3C. It seems to be more describing the possible action rather than explaining the issue. So just have a wee look at whether that's in the right place. Thanks.
Shall you?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. For quality management, I have a few comments to make. The first one is that I understand that as part of the AENRR project, we are considering whether there is need to introduce a requirement into the standard to require the use of technology in certain circumstances. And I fully expect that there is a need for that. Because in my experience that regardless of the quick development in new technologies like generative AI, I believe that even for the time being, for those more traditional technologies, there are some audit engagements where I believe that the team cannot obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence without use of technology. So it's been, I think the issue has been there. So it's both about the basics and the more innovative technologies. So I feel strongly that we need to do something about the quality management and quickly. Whether it's in the form of a new ISQM standard or enhancement to ISQM1 or non-authoritative material, I mean, I'm open to that, but there need to be something to be done and quickly. And another thought is that there have been discussions whether in the future that technology will replace auditors. I think the practitioners will say no. Well, as long as we are signing the audit report, we are accountable, which also means we are accountable for the use of technology. So we, or either as the practitioner, either as a firm or engagement or individuals, have a responsibility to make sure technology works properly. So I think the generative AI, I've not seen a widespread use in either commercial or audit practitioners. But I think going forward, there should be carefully monitored, taken care of, because opportunity comes with risk. And I'm very concerned with the risk of over-reliance on technology. Say for generative AI, there have been some testing in my country on this, ChatGPT or DeepSeek. There have been cases reported that those generative AIs talk nonsense, but very serious nonsense. They even create fake cases of lawsuits. It's terrible. So, I mean, we have to look, not only encourage or facilitate, we need to manage the use of technology. and to make sure it works, operates as we intend them to be. And I think another thought is that in terms of quality management, there's a need to draw a clear line between the responsibility of the firm and the responsibility of the engagement. Because I think a significant part of the quality management role should be sitting with the firm. The firm should allocate the resource or have the protocol or project management policy and procedures to manage the quality of technology. We can't leave it to individual engagement teams to work or use whatever technology they want. So I think we also need to address that in the quality management considerations. So just a few thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy?
Thank you, Tom. So 3 quick points, if I may. First of all, support the team's approach, information gathering. I think that's the right way to go. There's just so much out there and we need to get a better handle of it before deciding what best to do. Point number 1. Point number 2, and it's something that Wendy was starting to get into, was it 3A? Where we talk about data privacy and data security. So my concern is not so much the wording or how we describe the issue. It's just want to make sure that we don't lose that one. Cybersecurity, it's such an important topic there. And we probably need to take a closer look to make sure that our standards at least are accommodating the necessary work to protect client information and all of that. Confidentiality is really quite critical. So I'm not familiar enough with the standards to be satisfied that we've got it well covered, but it may kind of bump your priority a little bit. Cybersecurity is a concern everywhere, right? And then the third quick point, if I made, so this one is just to the point that I made earlier, a general point about trying to facilitate and encourage rather than be more negative. So I'm in 3, what is it, 3C? Let me see. Sorry, not very fast with moving around to find my notes. Yeah, 3C, the second last paragraph, it says, in this context, it is worth exploring whether the standards may be unnecessarily restrictive. So I would like to replace things like maybe unnecessary restrictive with something like may better facilitate the use of technology. So just to the extent we can, provide that positive tone to encourage as opposed to say it's hard to do and all of that. Thank you.
Amaro?
Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Tom. I have similar points on 3A and 3C, so I'm not repeating them. But on 3C in particular, I would like us to really take a look in the wording. Well, my proposal is similar to Greg's to move. It's much more, well, because here we say, including requiring that service providers provide special purpose assurance reports. So I don't think we are in the camp of requiring service providers to act in a certain way. Still, auditors are responsible for choosing the service providers and the tools that are going to use in order to obtain auditing evidence. So just a quick look in the wording here.
Edo?
Thank you, Tom. And I think a lot of things that I had on my in my thoughts have been said already. I just wanted to reiterate Neil's point of view is whether you develop it yourself or whether you buy it in, there's really not a difference in respect of the quality aspects around those. So in that sense, I see why you would put service provider at a similar level of priority, but you can also think if we apply the same procedures to all of them, well, you could even taper off service provider. I had the same comment as Maro. We are not in a position to require anything of service providers. And also there's a couple of paragraphs in 3C, for example, and this Nancy mentioned something to that extent, but it says may not, may be unnecessarily restrictive. Or I've opened up ISQM1. I can't see the restriction in ISQM1. In fact, I think it is spot on. It's at the principle-based level, and you need to take ownership of it. So, but that goes back into my overarching comment that I still fail to see tangible reasons for opening up ISQM1. I could be convinced, but I'm not convinced yet. Thank you.
Were you coming back in?
Yes, I like to add one comment because I didn't mention a very important thing, but I understand the to my previous comment. So I understand our current catalog focuses on the financial statement audit based on the past discussion in the boardroom, and I have no objection to this. But in terms of the quality management, I thought we need to be careful because it's also stipulated in ISO 5000. Thank you.
Okay. I just want to add something myself on this topic. So I'm very enthusiastic about our exploring QM, partly because I think getting this addressed at a firm level is the right place to go. I'm also very much in line with much of what's been said today. On Ado, your last remark, I totally agree that we should not be reopening QM1. But the question is, does the principle, particularly that lies in 32F about technological resources, need expansion on either in guidance or in standard setting to provide the guardrails that you talk? And like, I actually don't believe QM1 itself is an impediment, but regulatory acceptance because the potential perceived or not perceived lack of guardrails as we develop more tools may be an issue. And, you know, this is something banking regulators have coped with in terms of model risk management and putting out principles. So I think we need to be very careful about what our action point is. To me, that QM is a jumping off point, not we're going to go into the bowels of QM and rip the standard open. And that's why I've always talked about if we do something, it's a different QM. And Wendy even picked up my nomenclature, ISQM 3. But we need to be very clear that we're not jumping to that conclusion yet. We need to do the fact finding. I think in my mind, understanding how we will get to a point of whether we're going to go quickly to guidance, whether it's like a practice note, or whether it's going to be standard setting, or it actually could be both, right? Like the market needs guidance today, and that could be the basis for standard setting. But, you know, we did that pretty quickly with EER on sustainability. But to me, I think defining like how we're going to go at this question to have a basis of knowledge, what the firms around the world of all different sizes are actually doing to implement QM regarding technology is the first place. How do regulators exist and deal with QM in this regard? Is it consistent across borders? You know, one of the things we need to do is try to drive some consistency. There's benefits of that's one of the economic benefits of standard setting. So people are dealing with different approaches, and speaking to many of the people that Christelle says will help us with that too. So in my mind, there seems to be strong support around the table for exploring this area. We have to be very careful about what we're committed ourselves to do. But I think this becomes a really high priority to get the information gathering done right so we can commit to action in the QM area quickly. And I don't hear objections to it. I hear caution about what it might entail, caution about differential treatment between external providers, internal providers, that whatever tool you need to have that's approved at the firm level has to meet the same quality requirements. But to me, I feel like we need to move fast with all those caveats. Philippe?
Thank you, Tom. I know there is a deadline at 11 because there is a pause, so I have to be very brief. It's more a general comment about the tone. Willie, I don't know if I got you well, but I understood that it's something which could be made public or posted on the site. And, you know, I'm a bit amazed by the tone of what you write, and I encourage the team, you know, to assess the impact on public trust of what is written. Because there is an incredible contrast, in my opinion, between, you know, the way most of the firms communicate on the advantages of the new technologies. You know, the reference is a augmented audit, for example. So it's something which is so positive, you know, and perceived in the public as an improvement, significant improvement of the quality of audits and of the services, you know, which could be delivered in extension of, I would say, of a sort of standard historical, could we say now, audit. But when I read the second paragraph of 3A, you know, it's acid for public trust. What you are exposing here is that, you know, the firms are deploying tools through which they totally lose the controls of the conclusions. And it's true. I know a bit coming from, you know, a technological company, and I've been involved in some research about artificial generative learning, deep learning, and so on. But, you know, written this way, I encourage you to be prudent because, you know, my friend, the man in the street, reading that, says that the audit firms, you know, are going to are setting, you know, systems, losing audit trail, which is a fundamental, a basic principle of audit, and not being in a position, you know, to justify the results. And so what becomes an audit in this context? So I think two things. First is the tone of what you write in terms of technology, which is very far from the enthusiasm on the market about the quality of the audit. So I think you have to take care of that. I know it's not an advertising document, but anyway, I think it has to be consistent with the general idea in the background that it provides opportunities of improvement. And the second is to write, you know, to consider the impact on public confidence of some risks depending on the way they are expressed and worded, you know?
Thank you. Thank you. Angelo, if you want to sum up briefly before we go to break.
Very briefly. So maybe I'll, Philippe, thank you. And this is leveraging a little bit of Xiaowei's comment as well. So I come from a regulatory background. Certainly there is huge opportunities, but there are also are commensurate challenges, and that you can't lose sight of that. And quality management has to manage all of that, right? So certainly we have to keep that in mind, and we will as part of quality. That was meant to be a statement of fact that for how the firms are thinking about. And of course, and I just want to clarify for the record there. It's not that the firms are saying, well, we take the output and we put it in the file and then we call it a day. What they're saying is we engage thoroughly with that output in order to understand whether it triangulates with real world events. So we got a lot of great feedback from what I'm hearing, Tom, is that I'm hearing that all three items belong in this theme. There's an opportunity to tinker with the language a little bit, and I don't mean that condescendingly. I mean there's real good opportunity to massage the language a little bit, and we will do that. And Tom, over back to you.
Okay, so we're through theme 3. We're gonna have to pick up the pace a little bit to finish in the second half of this discussion. Let's take a break right now. We will reconvene at 11:30, and then go to 1, and hopefully we'll get through this document. Thank you. Okay, 2 minutes before we get going again. Okay, we're back. We're gonna go through the rest of the gap analysis now, and then also, hopefully, if we have a little time at the end as well, talk about our monitoring activities. So, hey, Kevin, I'm turning it over to you.
Thank you, Tom. Taylor, can we go to the next slide, please? So just very briefly to keep us moving here, we're going to pick up on theme 4, which is determining whether to perform technology-enabled procedures. And we ultimately heard broad support of these issues and the possible actions that were here. The most common comment that we heard was that technology must not be required on all engagement. And when I say technology, I'm using sophisticated technologies. And that, I think, is a view we have and have spoken about here and have agreement on. We heard some alternative views, I'll say more adventurous views, where one stakeholder challenged the idea of introducing a conditional requirement when using technology, is that then presumes the auditor is not required to use the technology, and rather said, could there be a reframing where the expectation is that technology is used unless certain criteria were met? So I just share that with you to give a flavor of the output that we heard. You'll see in the catalog a few changes. I'll hit on 2. So for 4A, we responded to feedback from the December board meeting and the TCG group that expressed that the examples of audits that could require technology should be expanded. So while crypto assets remain a clear example, we've tried to update that list and include additional instances that may require sophisticated technologies that reflect the landscape a bit more. Shifting down to issue 4C, you'll see the prioritization of this issue has been shifted from medium to low. And this was done largely in response to the deliberation at the board meeting in December, where we heard some varying perspectives on what the board's role is in best practice type material. While our team does believe that there may be a role for the IAASB to play here, it is not at the top of the priority list. So we've adjusted that to reflect that. And we've also included that best practice material may be developed by working with JSS members or other parties as we facilitate it. And lastly, you'll see that the sources of insights have been updated to reflect our most recent outreach throughout this quarter. So with that, Tom, I think we can open it up for comments on theme 4.
Bill?
Kevin, if I could hijack it short, just for a moment, and not cover that theme only, but a general comment on the whole lot. I didn't speak on the discussion before the break, but I did have the good fortune of speaking with Angelo, Kevin, and Christy before this meeting. And my view on this document, the catalogue, is that it's a starting point, right? I'm concerned that we're asking the project team and maybe the board themselves are all out trying to make this thing word perfect. Yet we're only halfway through outreach and there's a long way to go now. So I just wanted to give that perspective to it, to say that we really just need to be careful that we get to a stage of being willing to take the first step and to start moving. And having said that, with our standard, when we're setting standards, that may indeed be a very long journey and a lot is going to change whilst we're doing that. Technology is rapidly changing. And so it comes back to what you said, Tom, about ISQM1, you know, para 32F, whatever. We need to have, and Tom, direct us in this regard, I think we need to have a mechanism of quickly responding to some things. And you heard me mention yesterday, I'm a very strong supporter of narrow scope amendments, but that's not the only answer. But we just need to, and that ISQM1 doesn't need to be revised. There's just a paragraph that may need, as you said, Tom, some further dialogue out there in the market for people to follow. So I guess my question, remaining thought is, as we go through the remaining themes, am I the only one thinking this way? And if I am, that's fine, I'll wear that. But secondly, I do urge that we think about ways of getting material out at some timely basis as we undertake this journey, because technology is changing and this document will change. And as you mentioned, it could be updated every quarter. I mean, that's you know, so that's the issue I want to make clear.
So I think that's wholly consistent with the points that I made at the outset, is like, let's not make perfect the enemy of the good. I think some of the discussions we've had up till now have been about the right tone in the document and leading people, not trying to drive people to a conclusion that we have had our minds made up on specific topics. But I think exactly right, Bill. It's a good reminder. Let's not nitpick our way through the final 4 themes, or we will run out of time quickly. Offline comments are fine. Let's keep at a thematic level. Did we get this pitched about right or not? Nancy.
Thank you, Tom. So for the team, I think this 4A, the point is really important. I guess this whole preamble that talks about determining whether to perform technology-enabled procedure is one that we have to get to. And I'm glad to see that is accorded high. So fully supportive of that. Just one maybe very small suggestion. When I look at 4B, the bold, the introduction says barrier to using. I don't know why we need to emphasize barrier, maybe talk about challenges in using. So again, it's a tone thing, but generally, you know, I think the priority is right. And I think we do have to get to the point about asking the auditors and the practitioners to decide, to make up their mind on whether they're going to use technology, as opposed to requiring them to use technology. And I think it's well explained here. Thank you.
Hernan?
Thank you, Tom. Regarding the point 4A, I suggest introducing the word explicit before requirements to achieve the right tone, because we are talking about exploring introducing requirements, and that could create the idea that current requirements do not allow to enable procedures based on technology. Thank you.
I guess I want to just ask you a question. If the word explicit does exist there now, if I look at there are no explicit requirements. It replaced specific. Is there another place that you want explicit in?
In the title, exploring introducing requirements and application material.
Such as
okay.
Yes.
Introduce it in the title.
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. Okay, I think we can move on. Oh, Greg.
Sorry to hold you up, Tom. I just want to pick up on the very last sentence in 4C. It's just on the top of the next page. And you've made reference to it, Kevin, I think in your comments, just about the board's role in this space of best practice. Particularly, I was thinking in the non-authoritative material space. And we don't have to solve it today, but we do have a framework, and I think it's reasonably silent. So there's no scope limitation that I can read in there. But I think the board needs to be really crisp and clear as to what it can and can't do in its remit. And so we just need a process, I think, for answering this question. And like the answer to me at the moment is the framework doesn't exclude it, therefore it's on the table, which I think is the staff view. But if the board has a series of different views, that's not that helpful for you going forward. And this is a much broader thing, obviously, than this project as well. But Billy may be best placed to comment, I'm not sure. Billy?
So, Craig, I just want to understand, you're referring to 4C?
Yes, the very last, it's over on the top of the next page, just above 5A.
The question for the board is whether
Yeah.
it's advisable for them to also develop content that
Well,
is
not just advisable, but there's comments, I think it was in Agenda 5C, that some board members had thought it was outside the remit of this board.
Yeah. Look, and I think, again, we can think about this in a very, well, we should think about it in a very simple way. You know, in our toolbox, we just have two things. We don't have a big toolbox. The only tools we have is we can either write standards or we can issue non-authoritative materials. That's it. There's nothing else. And then when you talk about standards, we've got the two options, a full scope standard setting project or a narrow scope standard setting project. When it comes to non-authoritative materials, we really have a lot of flexibility. So we can issue anything from a formal guide like the EER guide that we did. We can issue practice notes. I know at the moment we only have one, but that mechanism is there to issue practice notes. And then we can issue a whole host of things in terms of fact sheets, staff alerts, Q&As, doing webinars, whatever. And what the framework for activity sets up is 4 channels in terms of how we could clear that with the board. Now, just on the technology topic, you will remember a couple of years back, we issued a series of, I think it ended up to be 6 or 7 FAQs that dealt with specific technology topics. Now, per our framework for activities, that could have easily been cleared as a Channel 2 document. It was at that time, there was a technology working group. So we could have regarded it as a working group publication, and that means staff together with the working group, with me giving the final clearance, could have cleared that. However, we knew that technology was a very sensitive topic, and that's why we chose, no, we're going to do it through Channel 3. And so therefore, Channel 3 is our negative clearance. So we developed the document and we send it to the whole board and said, do you have any objection for this to be issued? And then we got the feedback, and in that way we finalized it. So we've got the process in place. And yes, in terms of this type of best practices, you know, again, if we want to go down this road, it is a question of saying, well, this is what we have in mind in terms of issuing, and this is how we're going to carry on doing this. And the other discussion that came up is also, and I think, Tom, you suggested that because in some of these issues, we suggest standard setting or non-authoritative materials. And, well, to be honest, it could be standard setting, non-authoritative materials, or both, because we simply don't know yet. We also need to realize and that is again part of our work plan decisions. If at any particular point in time we say, no, well, we need to stop everything and we need to focus on getting something out on technology very urgently, that's all stuff we can do. But remember, we have a full capacity work plan at the program at the moment. So there will need to be trade-offs, and those could happen. We can decide that one thing at a particular point in time is much more important than something else, and then we do that. So, Greg, in summary, I think we have the process and we have the freedom to decide what to do in these spaces.
Okay, Kevin, back to you. I think we can progress.
Yes, I think we can move on to theme 5. Thank you for the comments, the wording. Nancy or Nan, we'll certainly take a look at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. I'm going to pick up theme 5, the entities' use of technology. So what we have heard from stakeholders, they broadly support this theme, the related prioritization, and also the proposed actions in this theme. So notably, for issue 5A, the risk arising from the use of emergent technologies by the entities, we heard lots of strong recognition about this theme from the stakeholders across the auditing industry. Relating to the firms of different sizes, either they're large, medium, or small. And in particular, some of the medium or small practitioners noted that there could be some risks that the entities, the capability to use these emergent technologies outpace the capabilities of their firm. So that raised some risks around the risks around the audit quality that they're concerning about. So that issue resonates with them, and therefore we have kept the priority as high for the issue 5A. For issue 5B, we have made a change on the prioritization. So we elevated the prioritization from low to medium, and on the basis that we propose further monitoring for issue 5B, which is relating to service providers. And given the issue 5B and 5A, they're very closely related, and we both propose the monitoring for these issues. And so we feel that the prioritization levels should be consistent. So therefore, on issue 5B, we have elevated the prioritization to medium instead of low. And then on issue 5C, we did not really make any changes because we also heard broad support that we can do some best practice, issue some best practice guidance to the market. So I'll pause here and open up for feedback.
Wendy.
Thanks, Tom, and thanks, Christy. So this is theme 5, entities' use of technology. A broad observation is I'm not sure that we pulled through enough the entity's use of AI in the theme itself, so we might need to consider that. And then I just had an observation on 5C, because this is the entities section. I don't think the second paragraph is needed because we're talking about standards. That's in my less is more observation. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? I assume we're okay with the teams. Oh, sorry, Robert.
Just a small one. 5B. I do believe that service organization, namely outsourcing providers for entities, will become increasingly important. I can feel this currently in Europe or in Germany. You mentioned, and thus I'm fully concur that you heightened the, what was it, from low to medium. Yeah, so this is important. You made reference to ISA 402. I think you should also make reference with respect to narrow scope improvements to ISAE 3402. Yeah, thank you.
And just on a quick point on the ISAE 3402, that's on the report about the service organization report. The thinking we haven't specifically referenced that is because when we started the project, we are dealing with the 5 in-scope standard, and then we expanded that to 7 in-scope standards, and they're all in ISAs and ISQMs. And then further in December, we expanded the scope to all of the ISAs and ISQMs. And so right now, our catalog is more positioned to raise issues within the ISAs and ISQMs, and therefore, but your point is a very valid point. Thank you.
Just a really quick point on the service organization point. There's been a global trend that's been going on for decades now, where it's a lot more is being outsourced to third-party service organizations. And I've seen stats on that. Certainly software as a service through clouds and things like that has ballooned, kind of like the use of service organizations to perform certain functions for entities. This is a space we definitely need to monitor. I'm with Robert, and that's why we elevated this prioritization. Willie also weighed in on this and said it warrants at least a medium priority. Thanks.
Okay. Anyone else? Let's I think move on to the next theme. Makika?
Yeah. One point on 5C. Yes, and I understand, as Wendy said, after, however, the second clause, yes, it is not about, it is about the entity. So, but the standard is described. But I think it's important because if the use of technology in audit can be enhance the quality of audit or not. That is very important for to be communicated with users and also with entity, because if not, it's very difficult for entity to invest in technology, and that will be the cause of maybe what is stipulated in 5A, for example, because entity don't invest in a financial statement technology because entity don't are not sure if that it can enhance the quality of audit. So I think that is already connected. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, should we move to theme 6?
Okay. So picking up on performing technology-enabled procedures, and this has a larger volume of issues, and the majority of these are picked up by the Audit Evidence and Risk Response Project. So to that point, I'll start by revisiting a key discussion in December, which was to reconsider if all issues related to that project should be given a high priority. Our team, we took a step back. We included that with stakeholders in our discussions to ensure that the issue was prioritized as high based on the merit of the issue and not its connection to the project. After our consideration in those discussions, we ultimately decided to retain high prioritization on these issues, but because the issues warranted it, not just their relation to that project. You'll see changes throughout, but really want to just focus on the stakeholder outreach. I'll share on 2 issues, a couple things that we heard. For 6B, dealing with interpretability and explainability, this was consistently flagged as a critical issue, right? It came up a bit in Angela's remarks on quality management, and I think it came up in the black box discussion earlier today. What we continued to hear from practitioners and academics was that requiring or putting too much focus on the how rather than the outputs and inputs of these black box tools would be misplacing attention. We heard analogies to other industries that have that same focus. And we also heard from firms that may be no longer pursuing to have full interpretability and explainability on black box tools and are focusing on the inputs and the outputs. And Angela said it earlier, but I'll just reiterate, we're not giving a view on what is or is not the right answer today, but we're just sharing with what we're hearing from our outreach. Another frequently raised issue was 6E in dealing with outliers and exceptions. We heard some refer to this as a high plus priority issue, that guidance here would be very helpful. Stakeholders were reporting inconsistencies in how outliers are treated in advanced data analytics. And they also highlighted certain uncertainties dealing with the expected balances or what doesn't pop when you run advanced data analytics and how to conclude when an auditor has done enough over that expected balance. So I think that what we're hearing is highlighting the need for clearer and more consistent guidance here to deal with these scenarios. So with that, Tom, we can open it up for comments on theme 6.
Okay. Comments on theme 6. Christelle?
Thank you. My point is on question 6B. I have spoken with several experts who have invited the safeguards that are already in place when using generative AI. This includes, for example, practitioner training, data security controls. Practitioners typically conduct detailed reviews of the result of generative AI to ensure that they meet the objective of the testing procedures. So I would recommend a more cautious approach to the wording of question 6B in order to accurately reflect the actions taken by the firms and to avoid unintended consequences for public trust. And in this respect, I agree with Philippe on the need to be very cautious about the impact on public trust of what it is written in this gap analysis. Thank you.
Bill?
6F refers to external confirmation procedures, which are now automated. ISA 505 was written last revised in 2009. So just an example of where some narrow scope or some non-authoritative guidance or something else could have been issued in the interim just to sort that out and when we're done. So just that's an example.
Hernan?
Thank you, Tom. In 6A, the same comment that I expressed in the previous participation, introducing the word explicit in the title. Thank you.
Josephine?
Thank you. So it's on, Kevin, on that point, you were talking about inputs, outputs, and obviously project team not coming to any conclusion on that. But if you think about in 6B, for example, as currently written, I think we need to make it very clear it's only acceptable really for auditors to engage with the outputs when they don't have, with that, they cannot engage unless they actually do have knowledge of the algorithms arrived at outputs in some circumstances. So if I would be more concerned if this were to drift further. So if there is an actual judgment being made about information, you don't want the auditor to just accept that judgment. They need to be thinking about whether that judgment is correct in light of the circumstances, etc. So it's about having those guardrails, using guardrails in a different way here, but you know, we've got to make sure that the auditor understands what the output is and why it fits in the circumstance. And I'm not quite sure that's coming across in this paper. You don't need to change it, but just be conscious of that point going forward. Thank you.
Neil, and then Amara.
Thank you. The one piece around 6B, just trying to get a balance between what we're putting onto the engagement teams around their level of understanding and what we were doing at the firm level earlier on. I forget the number, So the testing and understanding and the applicability of the technology and confirming its use, and then pushing too many requirements onto the engagement team, which would become duplicative. So either deal with it at the firm or deal with it at the engagement team, but try not to make it at both. And then just to reconfirm the categorization is really key, to make sure that, is the categorization of the procedure that important? Ultimately, did we achieve our objective? Have we got the evidence that we need? What category it fitted into may not be that relevant.
Amara.
Thanks, Tom. And same point, 6B. I thought Josephine was exploring exactly the point that I would like to raise. But at the end, when she said, don't change anything, it made me thinking that I might come back to it. Because the impression I have is that we are giving auditors a way to accept, even in some case, because we say, makes it challenging, that's fine. When it's impractical for firms to comply with certain aspects of IASB standards, I think it's their responsibility, right? So then we come and say, in this context, IAASB should consider whether it remains appropriate for the standards to require firms to understand the logic. I think it's their responsibility to understand the logic. Maybe not in depth as the person who developed the system, but they still remain responsible to understand. So I suggest us to think a little bit, not to provide not to give a sense that we are releasing the auditor from the responsibility of, you have to understand or not.
Angela, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, and very briefly. So absolutely, we hear the board's cautionary kind of tone. Like, let's be careful in terms of what we're putting out in the market, right? We have to be very, very careful. That point is also to inform the board on what we're seeing. Now, I heard the part about, yes, the firms are doing more than accepting the output. They've got skilled people on the other end and all of that stuff. We're going to understand a little bit more about this and what the firms are doing as part of our information gathering. So we will definitely, I just want to make the point that we were not suggesting, we don't have a view to what the proper approach is to dealing with that. But we do know that firms are in fact using Gen AI in their audits. We do know that. So it'll be very, very important to understand what are the protocols, both at the to Neil's point, at the engagement level and at the firm level, for managing the opportunities and risks associated with use of those tools. So just that point. Thanks.
Nancy, was it that you want to come in on this point? Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. So first off, overall comments, very comprehensive list. So really appreciate the team's effort. So my interventions also on this point on 6B, I actually read it a couple of times, and heeding what you explained, Tom, at the outset, that if we say the board might do something or should do something, people might take it seriously. I tripped up on the paragraph that talks about it is in this so 6B, right? It is in this context that the board should consider whether it remains appropriate. So it's exactly like how Amaro has described it. I saw it seemingly like an out. So maybe the board is suggesting that we don't need to. So I would like to see us leaving it more open, maybe something like consider the implications of the standards to require, right? So it's more neutral as opposed to we're presupposing that it may not be appropriate already. So just a suggestion.
Thank you. Wendy?
I'm going to go away from my theme of less is more and just throw my hat in the ring to support what Bill said about the confirmation standard. Some other standard setters have already moved forward with updating confirmations for the modern world.
Akiko?
Thank you. Yes, I have a comment on 6B. Yes, and I think you wrote more on Gen AI. That's very good. I fully agree with what is written. Yes, and my comment is very small one because the black box program and also the explainability of AI, what people call AI is really changing. I think in every week. So this speed. So what we can understand other normal, how to say, one person who are not in a technology field can feel this kind of really speed. So it's really good if, as Xiaoyun said, to have an update on the theme maybe more frequently, especially on Gen AI, because in 6 months, there should be so many updates on this, and maybe there may be the black box program explainability may be a little reduced. So we like to have a more frequent update. That is appreciated. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else on theme 6?
Thank you. Also a comment on 6B. Oh, is that 6B? Oh, about the firms not understanding the logic and processing. And I think I will have serious concerns on that. If I remember the requirement in ISO 330, about the audit documentation is that you are required to have your documentation that an experienced audit without prior knowledge of this engagement would understand what you've done, what you have judged, and what you have concluded, or something like that. I can't remember the whole sentence, but in that way, I think this use of technology without understanding the logic and the processing will create a big issue for that principle in ISO 230. How an external person, inspector or other stakeholders, when they read your working paper to, to really achieve that? That's my question. Yeah.
Back to the team.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. Just to sum up, I think it's the feedback is clear here that we will take a look at maybe the tone and some of the language in 6B. I'm not hearing that members are saying there's not an issue or not something for inclusion here, but maybe just some of the intentions of that wording we can pull out what we're looking for a bit more clearly. So we'll take a look at that as a team.
Okay. Back to you guys as we theme 7.
Yeah, so we're on theme 7. I think just taking stock in terms of where we are in terms of time, I think we're really moving well. We have 2 themes left. I don't expect these going to take a long time, and then we've got we're reserving about 30 minutes for Kevin to get through component 3 and to update you on all the exciting stuff that we've got there. So just kind of like just wanted to mention how we're tracking. Okay, so theme 7. This is another of those fascinating themes that's getting a lot of excitement and enthusiasm in our outreach. There's a lot of people that want to engage on the question on, is an expert a human? Are we talking silicone-based? Are we talking carbon-based? Why do our standards assume that they got to be carbon-based? Then we heard also other perspectives, including from board members that reached out to us, said, it's not just about experts, it's also about the engagement team. Do these have to be humans? These are some of the things that the board will think about over, I expect these will be the consequential discussions of this board over the next few years. Nothing that the board needs to determine now particularly, but it's a fascinating area. What we flagged in our catalog is that in fact, the use by experts of increasingly more sophisticated tools would make it more challenging for the auditor to get underneath that work. Because the auditor, as you will appreciate, and as you know, our standards require the auditor to engage with that work and understand it. Is it fit for the purpose for which I'm intending to use it as audit evidence? And that question will become increasingly more challenging as technology becomes more sophisticated and potentially less penetrable in terms of understanding how it's transforming inputs to outputs. So what we've heard from stakeholders is generally a lot of enthusiasm about this topic. Some people were scared. Oh my God, are we going to lose our jobs? There's a lot of those kinds of conversations around this topic. We're not at all suggesting here that the sky is falling, that the board's conceptual framework is in peril or anything like that. But it is worthy of being tracked. These are discussions that are percolating. And I think I would advise the board to keep these on your radar. Now, certainly there's a narrow scope amendment that's being worked by Dan's team. We've heard some stuff around, well, is this urgent? Should we reopen this? And these are, when I heard one board member say, and I don't want to get in front of that board member will speak. Should we broaden that scope, that standard? And I will say that these are the kinds of conversations that this catalog is absolutely intended to spur. So there are questions around, what are we hearing? Is our prioritization right? And this is all, I think, very, very good conversations for the board to be engaged in. We're not suggesting that it needs to be elevated, by the way, not the technology team. This product belongs to the board. And I think I want to come back to something that Nancy said earlier. It wasn't clear how everything was mapping to how we're going to solve this. This catalog, at least in its current form, is not purporting to be a blueprint. Now, if we want to turn it into a blueprint, that's up to the board, right? If you think that you want to map out exactly how you want to address all of these things and when and how, then certainly that could become that. But that's not what this catalog is intending to do at the moment. It's intended to flag some issues that we're hearing so that the board can have the central repository such that it can inform those kinds of decisions. And if the board, in its wisdom, decides that some things need to be escalated or some things need to be reprioritized, that's a wonderful conversation for you to engage in. And with that, I'll open it up. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you, Tom. Excellent segue. So for this one, when I look at the priority, because it's prioritization of action, not so much issue, right? So I didn't really have much view about that. Sometimes you can quibble whether it's, a lower high or a medium high or high or whatever. But in this one here, 7A, looking at the work of the auditor's expert, I think it's a medium plus. So if we're saying that this document, we don't require that one-to-one mapping on some of the 7 issues that aren't allotted, it might be good to highlight a few of them, whichever one that we felt might actually warrant at least, what do we call it, Willie? A reserve something. There's reserve projects or what have you, and elevate it a bit that way to give it more visibility that way. I don't know if it needs to be reflected here, but I think it would be useful to take note. And 7A is one of them. Personal bias, I don't know if it's the right thing or even if it's feasible to do. Well, we're going to be looking at evaluating the work of an management's expert in scope for one of the AE and RR projects for technology. When we do that, I would suggest that we could look at evaluating the work of the auditor's experts in terms of technology as well, because I can see that there would be synergy in terms of some of the consideration. So like to sort of elevate it that way. So I don't know what is the best mechanism. Willie talked about full scope and narrow scope, and whether we entertain, because we're already in, experts doing the CCO for IAASB. So is it sensible to actually ask for another narrow scope just to look at the evaluation of the auditor's expert when we do the evaluation of the management's expert for technology.
Thank you, Nancy. And well, firstly, I think on the narrow scope project that we're doing at the moment with Dan, I think I would prefer that we keep that a narrow scope project, because I think the broader objective there is to try and align those changes with the changes to the ethics board, including the effective date. 620, as we indicate in the catalog, when we went through our previous strategy and work plan cycle, that was one of the topics that were sort of it just didn't make the work plan in terms of the prioritization based on the feedback that we got from our stakeholders and the criteria we used. But it was indicated as one of those reserve topics, that together with 720, together with assurance on digital tagging of information, was indicated as reserve topics. So again, it is a board decision at any particular point in time if we say that there's been changes in the market and in the environment such that 620 is now more important than anything else that we're doing. And if that's the board's decision, then that is the way that we need to change the work plan.
Okay. I think that's the accurate. I'm not sure that this is the venue to discuss exactly if we're going to do that. But I think the point is taken. Okay.
Okay, so we can move to the final theme, professional skepticism and technological resources. So I'll be very brief on this one, because I think the discussions and outreach have shown strong support for this. We didn't get much commentary at the December meeting as well. What you will see within this issue is that, based on feedback from our outreach, we've made minor refinements to include to the issue description and added ISQM1 to the list of applicable standards. I'll echo all of the thoughts from previously in this session that does not mean opening up ISQM1. Rather, it is just acknowledging that professional skepticism is not only an engagement level concern, but also at the firm level quality management. We've also added practitioners as a source of our insights based on the Q1 outreach that we've performed. So our support through the December board meeting and throughout our Q1 outreach just reinforces that professional skepticism remains fundamental. And then my own personal opinion is it will only continue to grow as technology adoption increases and that landscape evolves. So with that, we'll open it up for comments on theme 8.
Nancy.
Thank you. So just one thought, and maybe it's more like a question for the team. When you think about professional skepticism, have you thought about professional judgment as well? Because if it can enhance professional skepticism, arguably it would enhance, like, it in tandem, right? So PJ is all through our whole cycle, and perhaps put in the lens about professional judgment as well. Thanks.
Okay. Anyone else? Wendy?
Sorry. I guess I'll just put in a plug for maybe having a small stream connection between the technology consultation group and the professional skepticism consultation group to see whether or not there's any quick wins.
Okay. Great. I think we're done with the gap analysis. Sammy?
One final thing, it's not about theme 8, but I was wondering if there was any feedback throughout this whole process about the reporting standards, where the auditor can actually communicate to the users of the audit report that technology had been used, or IAA tools have been used and to what extent they have been used.
Makiko?
Thank you. So yes, my comment might be similar to Sami, but yeah, I support what is written in catalog in most part. And but then my comment is or question is, so I believe it's very important to communicate further with stakeholders and users on advantage and also technology also challenging when we use technology in audit. For example, through audit report for more transparency. So I'd like to understand if this area is being considered. This is because to accelerate the use of technology in audit, people need more investment in technology from both firms and entities. So it is very beneficial for all the parties in the reporting ecosystem to understand what can be achieved with technology in audit. So by effectively communicating this advantage, users are more convinced of the value of technology in audit and promote its use to maybe to entities. And then we can create an environment that encourage and support continued technological investment in audit from both firms and entity. Because maybe technological investment, we need more monetary investment. So on the other hand, if users are not convinced that technology can enhance the quality of audit, it should be very difficult for entities and firms to invest in new technology for financial statement and audit. So I'm not suggesting we should include technology specific within the audit report, but what I like to confirm here is whether I don't need to, whether this audit report issue was considered or not. Thank you.
Wendy, did you shoot? Okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. So my final point is on the overall document, and I believe I put it in my advanced comments earlier. So if you go to the top of the page, basically it speaks about the catalog came from the position statement, but it doesn't really talk about this document, what it is, what it's for, and what do we want users to readers to do with it. And I think that's important to give it context. So I think we should talk about how we're going to use it, like we gather the information, we will be using it to guide our action forward, but also from a user perspective, if we want, and I don't know if that's intended, that this is for your information or we're seeking feedback and that we intend to evergreen this either semi-annually or if we choose to go quarterly. So give us some context would be useful so people don't read that as a pronouncement of some sort. Thank you.
Thanks. Angelo?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. Maybe I'll sum up a little bit what I heard and also just come back on a couple points. Nancy, on your point around context, absolutely, we agree. So we're going to work with Megan, our esteemed colleague in comms, Megan Hartman, to figure out, we need to contextualize what this document is. Are we looking feedback? What is it? All of that. So we will figure out if we need to put something on the website to kind of indicate that or in the document itself, but the great point. On the auditor's report, interestingly enough, Mikiko and Sami, we didn't hear anything on that. That's not to say that is a fascinating question, right? Around is there some sort of communication that should be there? Nancy mentioned earlier that audit committees are looking for, when firms are competing in tender, they're looking for is an auditor going to bring technology to bear, and often that bears on the decision on whether you're going to get that mandate or not. It's a really big deal. So clearly, audit committees are interested. I would submit that investors are also interested. So something to think about. Certainly, that looks like an item that possibly will come on the catalog at some point. For sure, we're going to further talk with stakeholders about that, but that's a great point. And if I might, maybe I'll summarize where we're at in general. Our plan, Willie mentioned that we're planning on clearing this offline. So we're not going to be turning around a document on Thursday. What we will do, however, is we will try to represent all of this wonderful feedback that we got and look to it and weigh it. And then we will I know Willie's going to be away somewhere on vacation wonderfully. I think it's going to be in South Africa. We will clear it with Tom. And before it goes to, if Tom's okay with it, I haven't asked him, but I will, and before we circulate it to the board, or we'll figure out some mechanism to get it to the board members, to then you can weigh in on whether you are clearing the document, and we will clear it offline. But Tom, we can work through that mechanism. I know I'm springing this on you, so.
We'll work through the logistics.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way. I think where we are is that we'll incorporate the feedback, and we'll amongst us, we'll get it out, and we'll keep you informed on when it's posted next. Okay, should we go to the final part of this of the technology discussion now?
Yes. Thank you. One more slide, please, Taylor. So thank you for all of that feedback on component 2, and we are going to shift gears here in our 3 components of the technology position to component 3. So we have a little over a half hour left. I'll take about 5 minutes here, and then we just have one question to pose to the board. So component 3, right? This is the feedback loop that we have, which is going to inform our technology team and ultimately the board going forward. And I want to start with a question to tee up the discussion of why are we talking about component 3 today, and what is our objective here? And the answer to that is we know technology is has been evolving rapidly. It's influencing how audit and assurance engagements are performed, and our ability to stay ahead of these developments we view as critical to ensuring that the technology position and the standards more broadly remain relevant. And that is where component 3 comes in, and that is what its purpose is to keep the standards, the technology position, the catalog relevant going forward. I know that we provided a brief paper, and I know that everyone would have read that paper at this point, so I don't want to spend much time highlighting the different aspects of that monitoring process again for you. You know and should be familiar that we have the multi-pronged approach where we'll be speaking with the digital advisory group as well as our technology consultation group. We're going to be continuing to receive guidance and input from our stakeholder advisory council, and also continuing to monitor media publications, academic research, noteworthy developments in the news, and so forth, right? Our goal here is to ensure that we have diverse perspectives from a wide array of stakeholders. And you could see that in the chart that's projected up on the screen here. What I do want to touch a bit more on and go into a bit more deeper is the gray box you see below the input from NSS box, which we'll have to update to JSS. And that is the Technology Advisory Network. In October, we sent out an invite to the IAASB JSS liaison group to invite members to collaborate on a coordinated monitoring process. The response to this was very positive, and we had 5 initial standard setting bodies that wanted to join. Those include from Canada, the United States, New Zealand, the UK, and Japan. As I look around this table, I see members from those organizations. So our team, thanks for the willingness to opt in and support us here. We've also, since these papers were published, had interest from another member of a JSS organization and expect that this group may expand a bit beyond the 5 initial members listed. So last week we had our first kickoff meeting with this group, and I'll just tell you a few items that came out of that, some more foundational aspects of this group. The first is that we've agreed we will be meeting quarterly to discuss emerging trends, issues, and so forth. And one of the things we did in this kickoff meeting was we went around the room and heard from each member about the initiatives and subcommittees that they have on technology within their jurisdiction. And when we thought about it, we really see an exciting pipeline of the jurisdictions, the JSS members monitoring technology from a wide array of their stakeholders, that ultimately will funnel up to the IAASB and be shared amongst the members for their own information. The second thing we really discussed was what we were going to cover, right? It wasn't just current issues. We want this group also to have a gaze out into the future and identify future trends to anticipate potential disruptions before they materialize. Think of it as the theme 2, the conceptual framework in that catalog of thinking and looking out. And beyond the challenges and disruptions, this group will also be monitoring best practices from practitioners, regulatory developments in jurisdictions, whether it has to do with AI, crypto assets, and other emerging technologies, and really any other contributions to the audit and assurance ecosystem. So what we've rounded out and view as the core objective of this group is to monitor the market and develop insights that are greater than any single member could achieve alone. We're looking for that group for both to funnel up to the IAASB and also share amongst members so that there's some benefit across the board of this information sharing. So that's an overview of the JSS as well as the other groups that we have here in component 3. And I'd like to open it up for thoughts at this point. So Taylor, we could go to the next slide, but the specific question that we're really curious to hear your views on, or your overview of the process, any thoughts there? But is there anything else you'd like to see the technology team doing, any other stakeholders you'd like to see us engaging with over the next 6 months and beyond? I know we got some of that through the catalog, which will become more narrow to the specific projects, but really looking at the wider scope here, our technology monitoring as a whole, as a board, if there's anything else that you'd like to see and thoughts on the process. So with that, Tom, we can open it up.
I think Christelle raised some points in this regard at the start of the session. Hers was focused on what we're going to do from an information gathering standpoint, but it may be applied more broadly going forward too. I think the general principle is, should we have a capacity to monitor developments in the marketplace and get regular feedback? I don't think we've discussed this at length already, so I don't think we're debating that. The question is how do we execute on that? Mikika?
Thank you, Tom. So first of all, it's truly impressive how the project team is conducting the extensive outreach as described in Appendix 1. And I have 2 points regarding our monitoring plan. And firstly, as I said, we need more communication with users, and not only users, but also experts and academics who have users' perspectives. That is very important because now we are focusing on accelerating technology with our technology position. So it's essential to monitor if the supportive environment for practitioners and entities to using technology for audit and financial statement is created or not. So that is really essential, I believe. And the second point, what I thought is that maybe the stakeholders listed in a component 3 are too close to the audit field. Because while audit perspective are of course vital in component 1 and 2, and when we think about the technology in audit, but in monitoring, it is required to engage experts on advanced technology, as Christelle said, the pure technology risks and opportunity beyond auditing. For that leads to robust monitoring. So I believe our technology evolves rapidly. So to keep pace, we must engage a leading technologist regardless of their audit expertise. So insights from technologists and professions using technology outside of audit can reveal emerging issues. So we have a talent within the IAASB or around IAASB who can connect the new technological issue to auditing. So that's for sure, I believe. So therefore, expanding our stakeholder base beyond our comfort zone would be significantly beneficial for monitoring process. Thank you.
Nancy?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. So maybe just a few thoughts or suggestions for the team to consider. It seems to me that it's really important for us to get input from SMPs. I don't think our risk, well, there are risks with big firms, but it's kind of like more known risks that we're dealing with. But it's the SMP that I think would be really struggling with a lot of this, right? So how do we get some insight in terms of what stage they're at, what would be helpful to them, how can the profession be helpful to them through a standard setting perspective or through guidance, that kind of thing. And in looking at your 5 boxes, I don't know where they fit. So yesterday, I understand we have something called SMPAG. So it's a big group or whatever. So get them to maybe talk about the technology issue, that the application of technology issues, whether it's being used by entities or themselves, the challenges there, I think would be good. And then in your first box that you have specific outreach that you may want to consider having something that caters more to SMP. So that's a particular stakeholder group in the ecosystem that I'm a little bit concerned about. A couple of other thoughts. I don't know if it makes sense to you or whether you have access to it. Like, as you say, we can't just be looking at the current state. We have to gaze out into the future. So what does that mean? How do we get insight on that? And it's not obvious to me. Monitoring with the media, that's pretty weak. So, sorry, I don't mean it in a negative way, but that's how I feel. Do we have insight into groups like the Gardner Group, McKinsey? Like, do we have contacts whereby we can get some sense as to where technology is gravitating to, what the potential applications might be, and how it might affect accounting and auditing? Like, how do we get some insight into that? Maybe even just asking about channels whereby we can glean some of that. A lot of the big firms also offer views into the future and that kind of thing. So, even when I'm on the audit committee side, sometimes we get invited to some of these sessions. So firms have things that are packaged to do that. So look for ways to get insight on what's coming down the pipe, I think would be helpful. Maybe a final thought, the public sector. So what is the public sector doing with it? So I am aware because I was before I retired, we had seminar with the U.S. Treasury, and I know they were into robotics and robotic automation and all of that, but they were talking about quantum. So, what's the development there? How does it apply? I mean, U.S. Treasury is already using algorithm to try to see, what they would do with some of the collections activities and so on and so forth. I don't think that's state secret. So can we get some insight into what's happening there? And that might, inform us as well. So in other words, I'm encouraging broad-based information seeking and outreach because that will help us keep our catalog alive and well every 6 months or however long it might be.
Okay. Neil?
Thank you, Tom. The one thing that I thought would be beneficial is out of all of this monitoring and outreach that you're doing, when you come across examples and demonstrations that you think that we as a board would benefit from seeing and experiencing firsthand, I think that would be very beneficial so that we can all kind of see the same thing. So whether you're engaging with preparers and we're trying to understand the technology that's in use to prepare a set of financial statements, if there's an opportunity for us to all see the same thing, I think that'll level set and be really good. We talk about technologies that are available for firms to purchase and some of the considerations. If those are available for us to see and there's a demonstration, we can get an understanding of what it is that people are using it for, or perhaps they're firms that have developed their own that they're able to share in some respect. But I think hearing your outreach and sharing it on a paper, that's one thing. We get it secondhand. If we could see some of these things firsthand, it'll get us all on the same page.
Okay. Good advice, Kevin.
Yeah, thank you. This is very helpful. I'll work backwards through some of the comments, Neil. I know we'd spoken offline, but that idea of I'll use the term newsletter, but just ad hoc kind of reach outs to the board, I think is something our team would be very interested in. And I think it's helpful, right, to share what we're seeing that's informing some of these judgments. So if there's an appetite for that, that's absolutely something that we'd be happy to look into doing. And then Makiko and Nancy, I'll kind of equate two of your points together of going beyond our comfort zone and keeping the gaze out into the future. Absolutely, right? We have the digital advisory group, which does have technologists and we call them futurists on it, but they do still come from the accounting and auditing space generally, right? Some on service providers, et cetera. But there may be the opportunity there to broaden or expand upon that, which we'll certainly take a look at. And then the last thing I'll hit on the SMPAG. We're actually in talks right now with a meeting in May with that group to get in front of them for technology. So fully agreed on that point, and that hopefully will go off next month or in 2 months.
Okay, Angela.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin, and great comments. So, I think fundamentally what you're getting at is, do we have the right expertise in our reference groups? And we are asking ourselves the same questions. Nancy, you brought up McKinsey's of the world, certainly. So we are thinking about how do we get that access. Certainly, this JSS initiative is intended to broaden our access to reference groups. We've been invited to the Canadian Technology Reference Group that feeds into the Canadian board, and there's other meetings like that. So certainly that is a very, very fair question. We need to make sure that we got, and coming back to I think what Makiko mentioned and something that was mentioned, that we need to also look outside of our traditional spheres of influence to see, are there other perspectives that we're not considering? So all of that is certainly on our radar. And as we continue to evolve this process, we'll bring more clarity there. To Neil's point, and Neil's absolutely right. Neil's saying, it's good to bring this information to us, but bring us on your journey. Couldn't agree more. This is a show and tell. We need to show and tell what we're bringing, what we're thinking of bringing, and certainly we're talking to Willie about this. Is I want to bring a developer that's into the LLM space, and maybe they can talk a little bit about some of the what it means to what does it mean when we're thinking about as a board. I've heard some cautionary tales around. Well, we have to continue to ask auditors to understand the algorithms and output. Yes, I understand that as a general principle, but is that actually practicable? And so then if that isn't practicable, then is this board going towards, well, then the firms shouldn't use it? I don't think that's the right answer either. So there is so much rich conversation that this board will have. And the best way to have that is to bring the people that are in the field that are developing these tools that know about the complexity here and to have a conversation with this board. So we're planning a lot of those sessions as well.
Sammy.
Thank you. Maybe one final thought. With regard to the outreach, it might be good to consider to have the outreach being jurisdictionally diversified. What we realize sometimes is that when we speak to our professional colleagues at the head office of the networks, they speak of amazing developments in the AI arena and the technology in general. But when we speak to our colleagues at the local office, it's not the same level of development. And definitely at the end of the day, we don't want to have one network with two different methodologies in different places or different mindsets. This is not the objective.
Jaya.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to echo what Sammy just said, and I totally agree. I think in terms of the outreach with the practitioners. We not only need to talk to their global office, but also the network firms within their network, because I understand that even for the bigger networks, they don't need to necessarily get a global approval of their firms developed locally, as long as they follow a appropriate due process. So there have been a lot of activities at a network firm around the world. So I think we need to find protocol, a channel to really reach out to those firms. It could be through the national standard setter. I understand that some of the institutions, they have actually a technology committee or something similar, or some of us as board members can reach out to our geography practitioners. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy?
Thanks, Tom. Just a small point. I think we might have talked about this at one meeting. National offices, the global parts of the firms sometimes don't actually have the same perspective of those in the field. So I think what would be important in some of these reach outs is getting a group of auditors around the table. And it kind of ties into what Amaro and I talked about at a break earlier. You need to get the people actually doing the work, using the tools, and see some of the things that they say and their perceptions and their challenges, and then also their good experiences. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? So there's good input about making sure we get in the right touch points from a diverse group of practitioners and others impacted by technology. So appreciated that. I think we're gonna bring this session to a close. Before I do, I wanted to ask Philippe if you had any PIOB observations on our discussions.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you all for the quality of the remarks and comments and so on. And I think it's a very difficult project, in fact. And what you are going to do is amazing. And I wish you good success in that. Some comments. I don't want to repeat myself, but it's about the tone. And really be careful about any assertion which could have a negative impact on public trust, because to be simple, my view is that the profession and audit firms notably deliver confidence. So each time a remark, and I understand there are risks and you have to be careful and prudent and so on, but there is a way to present that to avoid negative impact on public trust. The second point is about some advice about the fact that this AI business is in fashion at the moment, and there is a huge interest, public interest, business interest, and so on in AI, and at the same time, and it's what you refer to, the technology is, it's a daily movement with the new announcements, new creation, and so on. For example, generative AI is in fashion. How many people know that, with generative AI, you can deal with text and images, not with numbers. You don't have any numbers with generative AI. So when it's about the profession, and you deal with numbers, generative AI for 3D presentations or for, nice looking images and so on is okay, but not dealing with numbers when you have to go back to algorithm of machine learning and so on. And which makes me, think of one of your remarks, Angelo, regarding, what you call the sort of protocol of use to avoid losing controls in, using tools proposed by technicians, by engineers, and so on. I think that it's a requirement in the context of AI, whatever the category of AI, from machine learning to generative AI and so on, you need to have specific frames. And you can call it responsible AI, like some audit firms. You can call that a frame or a code of ethics, but that has to exist, really, because, in terms of responsibility, in terms of human control of what the AI processes are doing, there is something which is key and which has to be kept in mind systematically in that respect. So who is going to deal with the basic, rules for a framework, for a code of ethics, for users and so on, for the profession? Is it the IAASB? Is it the IAASB? But I think there is something to do in that regard, to release a sort of good basic principles of a code of conduct and so on, using these tools. So, and I think that would be a great, communication for public interest too. Thank you.
Thank you for that observation. Okay, I think, thank you to the team. I think we've covered all topics. You've gotten some good advice about how we are going to update the gap analysis and some thoughts about how we keep our ears on the ground in a way that will give us a good basis for taking actions and being prepared going forward. We're going to take a break right now. We will start again at 2 p.m. To take out 2410. You will get an email in a few minutes with the updated material, targeted issues on 240. So that will be some good lunchtime reading if you'd like, or you could wait till afterwards. So let's reconvene at 2 p.m. I also see that the IAASB liaison group will meet in the green room, and the 500 series group, that sounds like a new group. That's out tomorrow. Okay. So the liaison group is going to meet in the green room after you get some lunch. Okay. We'll take a break till 2 p.m. Okay, 2 minutes before we start. Okay. Welcome, Joanna. Welcome back from lunch. Welcome, Joanna, to the board meeting. Are we expecting anyone else to join by video? Just want to make sure everyone's able to join. Hi, Sharon. Welcome. And good morning to both of you. So we are gonna turn to 2410. This is a great pleasure that we have a team assembled here, but we're cooperating closely with our, do I have to say, jurisdictional standard setter partners in Australia and New Zealand. It's not that I'm not quite ready yet to call them jurisdictional standard setters. You guys are national standard setters to me. So welcome to you both. I think this is a great joint effort, and you've made great progress on the papers, and the board is very much ready to go ahead. We do have quite a bit of time scheduled for this topic. I'm not sure we're going to require all of it, but we'll take as much as we need. So at this point, I'm going to call upon Anna to begin and look forward to the discussion.
Thanks, Tom. And thank you for the introduction. You've stolen some of my lines because I wanted to actually just open up and say thank you, first of all, to our colleagues from the National Standard Setters. Joanna and Sharon are awake at some dreadful time of the morning, so I'm particularly grateful for them being here, especially for they've done the lion's share of the work, I would say, on the papers that you've read. We've also had the pleasure of having Misha and Renee, who are hiding in the back and have not wanted to join me and Dan. But they have very much been an integral part of our work. They've sat just behind us, so providing moral support. So, so I'm very excited to be here. I've also been given a clicker that I'm going to try and use instead of using the words next slide. There we go. Ooh, and nope, there we go. So
this is, you can tell we've just finished our technology section.
I know, I've been inspired. I've been inspired to just
this is
try
innovation.
Something new. Oh, dearie me. Yeah, it's not AI based.
Yeah, it was because we didn't understand the underlying algorithm that was predictive.
Oh, dearie me. Anyway, on that note, I did also want to highlight that we're also really appreciative to Robert and Wendy, who've been sort of advising us as project board members. So that's been really helpful involvement. So like Tom said, we do have quite a lot of time assigned on the agenda for the topic. The reason we wanted to keep 2 separate sessions was really to try and focus our attention first very much on issues to do with the modernization of 2410 and what the real challenges are, rather than try to avoid really trying to go into problem solving mode at this point, and really keep all of those thoughts that you have on problem solving for the second session on the project proposal, where we sort of started ideating ways to potentially address some of those issues. So we might not need all the time, but I do still want to maintain that distinction between first we'll think about what we've heard, what the issues are, and then think about what we're going to do about it. To open the session then on issues, I'm not going to summarize the papers that you have all read, but I do want to flag 2 things before I hand over to Dan to go into detail on one specific item. The first is that you'll note that obviously it's a paper that came about from the information gathering activities that we did. And we've done a number of things. We've done some outreach with some stakeholders, and this is not it. The outreach is intended to continue on an ongoing basis. And at the same time, we do believe that what we have done so far has appropriately supported the development of both the issues paper and the project proposal. And so if you have, I guess, thoughts on that aspect, you'll see there's obviously a question on the information gathering activities. And second, from an issues perspective, I wanted to highlight the fact that the main theme really that runs through all of the different buckets of issues that we heard is really just supporting all of the reasons that the project ended up on our work plan to start with, which is ultimately the standard is outdated and in need of modernization. And that the fact that it is outdated is resulting in some inconsistencies in practice, both between different practitioners in one jurisdiction, but also between different jurisdictions. And different jurisdictions have gone ahead of others in making some local enhancements. And so we really have an opportunity here to reset a baseline that is really fit for purpose and at meeting stakeholders' needs. We did bucket the issues into 3 broad buckets. And one of them, the first one, really was touching on this underlying perception of a lack of clarity of really where 2410 fits within the context of the standards that the IAASB has, especially those other standards that relate to limited assurance engagements. Not to diminish the importance of the other 2 topics, but we thought that it was actually related. It was actually worth spending some time just giving you a little bit more context and flavor for what we mean when we talk about that in the context of the issues paper, before we then ask you for your views on the issues that we've identified. And so for that, I would like to turn to Dan to run you through the next few slides, and I'll try and operate the clicker.
Great, thank you, Anna. And as was noted in the issues paper, the information gathering indicated that there's a lack of clarity about the how the principles and concepts in ISRE 2410 relate to the other standards, particularly standards for limited assurance engagements. Now, there's a discussion about this in paragraph 7 to 12 of the issues paper. We won't go through that, but the project team, with the benefit of input from Wendy and Robert, thank you, thought that a couple of diagrams might be helpful to provide some perspective about how and where 2410 fits into the picture. So what you're seeing on the slide here has been taken from the ISSA 5000 implementation guide. So it is the latest and greatest depiction of the structure of the IAASB standards. And if you just move forward just one slide, obviously, nope, go back, just right there. 2410 addresses a review of historical financial information and is part of the call it the 2000 series, the review standards as part of the IAASB standards. And then we can move forward one slide. And this is just another way to think about how 2410 fits into the standards. It's a different way of depicting the hierarchy. And it's a slice that looks at the level of assurance and the type of subject matter information. So under the assurance framework, an engagement can be either limited assurance or reasonable assurance. 2410 is just a type of limited assurance engagement and a type of review engagement, obviously. And in that regard, or in that context, there are a few important things to note. First one is that ISRE 2400 revised is not an umbrella standard that sits on top of 2410. It's not like ISAE 3000, for which compliance is required for any other subject matter specific standard in the 3000 series. So ISRE 2410 is a review engagement, but as explained in the paper, it's performed for different reasons than a review under 2400 revised. Another important thing to consider is that a limited assurance engagement for historical financial information can be very different from a limited assurance engagement for other types of subject matter information. Now, this also is explained in the paper, paragraphs 9 to 11. And one key aspect of this is that there are certain relationships between areas or elements of historical financial information that just aren't there in many cases for other types of subject matter information. So the nature, time, and extent of procedures can vary more for other types of subject matter information, engagements for those types of subject matters. And that's why the requirements for limited assurance and some of the other assurance standards are different, like they were in 3410 and even in ISSA 5000. But the fact remains, and please keep in mind that a limited assurance engagement performed in accordance with 3000 or 5000 is not a review engagement. That's a separate type of engagement. And then, so when thinking about 2410, it's also important to keep in mind that ISRE 2400 and the ISAs deal with the same type of subject matter information, historical financial information. So that's illustrated by the dotted lines in this particular diagram. And therefore, both 2400 and the ISAs are sources of information that the project team will look to in the revision of 2410. So, Anna, if you just go one more slide. These are the three principal sources of information that the project team has discussed as that will be looked at in particular for the revision of 2410. An overarching consideration for the board is the matter of proportionality. And that's discussed in paragraph 8C and paragraph 14 of the issues paper. And it's a recognition that changes need to be done in the context of the nature and purpose of an interim review engagement. So 2400 will be a source of information considering concepts and principles that are relevant to an interim review. Same for the ISAs. And the word here, consider, is used for a very specific reason, because it's looking at the topics in the ISAs that, but doing so in a manner that's proportional to the circumstances of a review engagement. And then finally, we have the benefit now of also looking at updated standards that other jurisdictions have put into place for interim review engagements. And we will be looking to those for, again, for concepts, principles, and specific guidance that might be helpful in the revision of 2410. Thanks, Al.
Thanks, Dan. We did think that that was an important reset to make sure that we had the full context before we did think about, I guess, the specific questions that we had for you. So the questions are obviously the ones as set out in the agenda paper. And so we'll just take them sub-bullet point by sub-bullet point. So the first one is really seeking views on the adequacy, the completeness, the information gathering activities really that have led us here to understand the issues that we've understood. And so, Tom.
Okay. Any comments about the adequacy of information gathering? It's almost in many ways a due process question we're being asked. Show you.
Thank you, Tom. I read the material and I get the overall impression that it's not clear about the engagement with the stakeholder group of intended users of reviewed interim financial statement. Well, that's one comment. And another related comment is that in terms of limited assurance, I mean, in theory, the assurance we derived from 2000 and 2010 should be at the same level in theory. But is it true in reality? Because for an auditor to perform an interim review, it's almost like you stand on the shoulders of a giant, because you have a audit basis 3 or 6 months ago. You did that, and it's a thorough, reasonable assurance work based on the whole set of ISA, and 6 months later you do an interim review. I believe that from practitioners' side, your confidence in the interim financial statement might be different from when you are purely the reviewer, you are not the auditor. And from the user's perspective, if they read the interim review report, are they taking that it provides the same level of limited assurance as a 2400 review? Probably not, because they know you are their auditors. The entity's audit, and you express an audit opinion 3 or 6 months ago, and now you do an interim review, and they would. I think it's a possibility that the users of the reviewed financial statements would have the perception that they could derive a higher level of assurance from 2410 than, because it's performed by the auditor. So I'm not sure whether you have done outreaches with the intended user, and whether they have such perceptions. Because for me as a practitioner, I would say it would be reasonable to have those interpretation or impression. Thank you.
Okay. Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. And I have to say I've enjoyed my new role as the project board advisor. I can't remember the term we landed on, sorry. But it has been fun. And I also really enjoyed, let's see if I can pronounce this right, Jawei's comments, because they're very aligned with some of the comments that I have and questions that I've raised. So from an information gathering perspective, I think we do need to talk to the preparers, and we had discussed this in our meetings. I think we do need to talk with those charged with governance, because I think the expectations do vary between users of 2400 and 2410. We have to talk to the users, which that does include the regulators. And it might be helpful to talk to the IAASB from a framework perspective, because the conclusions in these reviews, the focus really should be on limited procedures, not unlimited assurance, but it's still concluding that there's nothing wrong with the basic framework that is being reported under. And then lastly, I'll just say I'm probably have a different bias here in the US, because we've grown up with our review standards, whether it's the PCAOB or the AICPA, they're embedded in the auditing standards. So which links it to the audit being the starting point, and then the interim review is more of an update with your audit base. So and there's a different user. So that's my perspective on perhaps some additional reach out that might be needed.
Nancy?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. And by the way, I think the new term is project board member. See, I did my orientation.
It doesn't
Yeah.
mean that we love the term, at least the chair.
Well, I'm just advising that I did take note when Willie and Jesper were talking. So my intervention is, by the way, I'm comfortable with the outreach. So no further comments on that. I put up my 10 card because of a comment that Xiaoyu made. I find it interesting. But if I sit on the side of the audit committee, it would be rare that I would try to seek assurance from another provider other than my auditors. Like, why would I do that? So it would have to be like under very unusual circumstances that I would go there. So it seems to me it's more of one-off than something that I would worry too much about. So it's just to share perspective from an audit committee member perspective.
Josephine?
Thank you. And Nancy and I are bringing in variety now by responding to other board members' comments. Wendy, I wonder if you wouldn't mind repeating what you were saying about it's not limited assurance, it's limited procedures, because I didn't quite understand what you meant. Thank you.
Thanks, Josephine. That was in the context of the liaison. I suggested reach out to the IAASB. Because whatever we call it, limited assurance, like be a whole nother discussion on that. Regardless, it's limited procedures, but the conclusion is that there's no material misstatements to the presentation or the framework. And that's why I said the IASB.
Greg?
Thanks, Tom, and thanks to the team, the truly international team, based there in New Zealand and Australia as well. I just want to add weight to a couple of comments already made. So the user perspective, I think, is really important here. And I was drawn to it when I read paragraph 31 of the issues paper, which sort of reminds us that it's in the public interest that certain things are clear, like the purpose, the distinctions of the level of assurance, etc. And I sort of paused there and thought, yes, I totally agree. It's really important those things are clear, but are the users clear about those things? And so I think, I don't know what outreach we've done yet with users, but I would just lend my support to the importance of us understanding the user perspective, particularly in relation to those three things. Also, I think Wendy made the point about the IAASB and the importance of the reporting framework issues. A bit like going concern, I think there's a rub point here between what entities have to do and what then the impact on the review practitioner in this case, or the auditor, I guess. Are there challenges in the reporting space around recognition or measurement, or, we know estimates, etc. You've mentioned some of them in the paper, but I just don't know what outreach we've done around the reporting framework. And just the third element for me around this was the public sector. Is there a public sector angle? I couldn't think of one, to be honest, but I think it might be worth reaching out to some people in that sector, so audit officers around the world who may have a perspective on that, because there potentially could be some public sector angles on this, but yeah, off the top of my head, I couldn't think of them at the moment. Thank you.
So I have a question before I get to Ada. For some of you, we're suggesting a bunch of groups we should reach out to. I guess in the context of this question and our due process, are people comfortable with reaching out to these groups as part of the project itself? Because I assume that was, let's go back to implicit, whether your assumption, but this question a little bit is about, is it a gating problem to get to approval of the project proposal? And I just want to be clear from what I've heard from people, you suggested it would be great to reach out to these people, but it would be in the context of the conduct of the actual project itself. Is that fair? Or is anyone of the view that absent reaching out to them, we can't approve the project proposal? Okay. I just wanted to be clear on that because this is a due process point. Adam?
Thank you, Tom. Yes, so I had the same niggle as on this side on the table because we discussed with the national standard setters and the forum of firms, and I was thinking, okay, where are the users? I don't think that's the project team has missed any prevalent matters that may come out of engaging with users, and I'm also minded, maybe even concerned, for reaching out to the users, because they may rock the whole concept of limited assurance that we apply, because it's as vague as can be, of course. So the level of assurance obtained where engagement risk is reduced to a level that's acceptable in the circumstances, but where et cetera, et cetera. So that concept is not an easy one to bring across. And then you get the perception indeed of, okay, but you're the auditor, you know a fair bit. And would it be reasonable to assume that for most audits, if a serious issue has occurred that quarter, that's being dealt with in a little bit more rigorous way because you need to do it anyway as the auditor. So yeah, I guess be careful what you ask for, but I do think we do need to ask. And but Tom, to your point, we can do that as part of the project proposal. I note in the project proposal it says to meet heightened expectations of stakeholders. Well, we need to understand those heightened expectations of stakeholders, and we haven't reached out to all of them yet. So that's the comment that I had in respect of the outreach. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else? So I think we got the answer here that for the purposes of the project proposal, people see the information gathering activities adequate. However, in considering the conduct of a project, they got a number of pieces of advice of whom we should engage with in developing our proposals. Is that the summary you would have come up with?
Yes, thank you, Tom. And my notes mostly say, yes, I agree with everything everybody's saying. And I appreciated your question, Tom, because my next note said, and on that basis, is it appropriate for us to do that as part of the project rather than to finalize the project proposal? And I suppose it's what I was hinting at in my opening point to draw to people's attention. So no, but thank you. I'll respond to maybe just a couple of points, I suppose, just that from the user perspective, Ado, the point that you made, I guess the second part of the point around it didn't seem that we'd missed any specific points from not having done the outreach. And to give that context, I wanted to just say that obviously in the context of developing the understanding of the issues and so on, we are informed. We, like the auditor of the entity in doing interim review engagements, have been informed in the work that the IAASB has performed in revising the ISAs in recent times. And so we have heard a number of varying and enhanced expectations from user groups through those channels, and sort of we're informed by that. And that I suppose is reflected in that notion of heightened expectations. And so then we've built on that assumption of that being the case in developing the project proposals. So thank you. And otherwise I've made notes on the suggestions. The next question then I suppose that we have is really then focusing on the specific issues that we'd identified and described. And I'm happy to take them in order on account of there were only 3 main buckets of them. And basically to just make sure that we have thought about each of the issues, because this is this really we want to hear from the board on the appropriateness of the descriptions of the issues.
Okay, let's try to figure out so we don't get questions in an unstructured way. How would you like to break out the issues specifically? Should we do one at a time?
I was thinking A1 and then
Okay.
at that level rather than D.
Okay, so let me get to I'm trying to get to the first issue. If you go to issues paper, agenda item 6. And I think that's where the best place to start. We'll go to A1 first, which is the relationship between the core principles and concepts in ISRA 2410 and those in the other IAASB standards that address limited assurance engagement is not clear. That goes from the bottom of page 2 through page 4. 7 to 12. Thank you, Billy. Keeping me in line. Let's do that first. Does anyone have any comments on paragraph 7 to 12? Bill?
Just to say something for my benefit more than anyone else's, but the understand, and it's been mentioned by others before me, the understanding of limited assurance is a minefield. And I just caution we don't get lost in that exercise of trying to do, I think the way that you explained it, Dan, is this is how it is the way we should stay with it at this stage. If we had an extra 15 years, we could probably resolve what limited assurance really means.
I think we should be careful about not undermining the concept in our literature. Like, I think there is confusion in the external marketplace about what limited assurance is and what the level of assurance it provides. And this is something we've tried to address a little bit in our 5,000 context, but I think with any of this project, we need to be clear and probably do a bit of education around limited assurance each time it arises. Greg, then Josephine, then Wendy.
Thanks, Tom. I think it's in this area. I need to raise this, but hopefully I've got the right place. So the key issue in my mind is guidance for the practitioner when something is identified in the review engagement. So you're not able to say nothing's come to my attention. You've done some work and something's come to your attention. So it's not an audit, so we're not following the ISAs, right? But arguably inquiry and analytic procedures are not enough because you've found something, you've got to dispose of it, you've got to actually do some more. So it's just an issue of just spelling, and we don't want to go too far here, but I think we have to go far enough that actually we explain and help the practitioner to understand that neither that nor that's appropriate. You've got to do something in the middle. Obviously, professional judgment, we can't hard code this too much, but it's a sort of a key area in a review engagement. You've found something important. You've got to deal with it. Thank you.
Josephine?
Anna, we're going to paragraph 12, right? Yeah, okay. So that's just a niggle I have, and it sort of runs slightly through, which there doesn't seem to be, and maybe I've missed it, there doesn't seem to be that important context that if you are not the auditor performing the interim review, which was already mentioned earlier, then you do have to perform that review under ISRA 2400. Now, we are not in a project to open up 2400, but there needs to be acknowledgement that whatever we do in 2410 with the auditor's knowledge of the entity is still a match, and 2400 is still appropriate if you're not the auditor of the entity doing the interim review. And I don't know whether it's the way the language comes across, but it seems to slightly, in my mind, undermine 2400, but it is what you have to go to if you're not the auditor. And so it's very important we maintain that robustness in our language of 2400. Thank you.
Okay, Josephine, if that comes up, since ultimately the project proposal will be sort of the key document, if you see language in the project proposal that raises that same niggle, you should raise it.
Yeah, and I've got some little editorials I can send you along. Thank you.
Okay, Wendy.
Thank you, Tom. And I think this is an echo of Bill's comment
it's kind of a minefield a little bit when we're talking about 2400 and 2410. And I think, Josephine, you just opened it up a little bit because I believe 2400 is for interim and annual financial statements. So it's not exactly the same as 2410, which is just could be a little bit of the confusion. And I think what we need to be really purposeful about is not making the matter worse and not blurring it. I think we have to separate the two standards. I understand we might take some performance pieces because a review is a review. But I don't want to go to some of the nightmares I remember in ISA 5000 when we were trying to draw these bright lines between limited assurance and reasonable assurance to try to separate the procedures that were needed. I think once we explain to users or whoever the audience is what the differences are between the standards and we stay focused on 2410, which is clearly with an audit base.
Okay.
Thank you.
Kika?
Thank you. So I have to comment, and my first one is related to what Josephine and Wendy said. But I think it's important to think about the fundamental difference between 2410 and 2000. I believe it's the project team has already recognized that. Yes, but yes, as everyone says, the engagement on the 2410 is done by auditors. So yeah, it's really important to recognize that. And also maybe when we think about 2010, it's very important to have the more clarification on how the auditor can use the result of the annual financial statement audit. So that is it is good to be addressed. Yes, and the second point is yes, in terms of sustainability assurance, so due to the growing interest in the sustainability assurance, I believe that we need really the clear distinction between a limited assurance and reasonable assurance. I fully agree with the project proposal stance that you said in the in the paper that the nature, timing, and extent of procedure obtaining the meaningful level of assurance like to vary based on the subject matter of the engagement. So that's very different. On the other hand, considering stakeholders' growing interest in a limited assurance due to sustainability, I believe we must also address both alignment and also difference with maybe ISA 5000 or other assurance engagement while we recognize the difference in nature of the information we treat. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else on these paragraphs? Any reaction?
I suppose really, maybe it's a point of clarification on. So what I am hearing is obviously that this is a fair issue to raise, a fair question to ask, notwithstanding I suppose, word of caution to tread with care to not appear to undermine 2400 revised, which is not at all our intention. We're really just highlighting the different purposes that the engagements serve. And really, ultimately, if I just anchor back on the question that we have, I'm not hearing any disagreement to address this issue of clarity as part of the project. That's really just what I want to make sure that I've heard.
I almost think it's a necessity as part of the discussion. And I guess that's a really important thing to think about as we're getting comments here, going back to the initial case. We're not giving you a preferred solution. It just needs the question. What we're trying to have here is, are we asking the right question to be solved? Okay. I'm sorry? Yes, we did only go back. So we can move onwards here. We're going to go to paragraphs 13 to 15 right now about ISRE 2410 is out of date and may not fully meet the heightened expectations of stakeholders. We heard a little bit about this earlier, the context of who to reach out to, but this is 13 to 15.
Anna, do you want it to be 13 right through to 30? Because I know it has some subsections.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was trying to break them all off, but this one may go quickly. Then I may do the twos quickly, the rest quickly. Okay, I assume that we're fine on 13 to 15. What? I was aware. Predictive technology right in here. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so let's go to the next, all the way up to 30 right now. So paragraphs 21 to 30, these are all the A2s, 3, A24, A25, A26. Paragraph 30. Josephine?
Thank you. One of the things about going concern, which is acknowledged, is that some jurisdictions have updated the interim review standard locally to enhance that particular area. And I think it's really important because, as we have with our auditing standards, going concern is a fundamental principle in the preparation of financial information. And that doesn't stop 6 months into the year. That's still obviously very critical. And 570 makes it very clear that even if there aren't any specific requirements in the financial reporting framework in relation to going concern, it is still something that the auditor must pay attention to. And again, it doesn't stop at the 6 months. And therefore, this is one area which I really feel strongly we should focus on. Now, I also think it might be worthwhile in the project proposal, maybe expanding on that particular point and making reference to how we address this in the auditing standards as it is a fundamental principle. Most of obviously the international reporting standards do recognize it as a fundamental principle at interim level, but our standards are for many jurisdictions, so that might not necessarily be the case. So that was really it on those particular paragraphs, Anna. Thank you.
Yeah.
Ongoing concern. I think this is an area where maybe we can consider to add something to the revised standard to enhance the linkage with the linkage between the interim review and the audit. For example, in the situation where the auditor included a paragraph of material uncertainty in the recent year's audit report, it will definitely affect your risk assessment and or even your conclusion in the interim review, which doesn't exist in an 2400 engagement. So I think that piece would also need to be addressed in the revision. Thank you.
Anyone else? Christelle?
Thank you. Overall, I would like to underline that the effort to clarify this standard is very important, as it hasn't been revised since the Clarity project. And regarding the proposed addition of new requirements from the ISA, so for example, accounting estimates, going concern or fraud, I think it is important to maintain a balanced approach. We must be cautious to preserve a clear distinction between the reasonable assurance of an audit and the limited assurance of a review. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Christelle. And maybe then that is worth just making very clear to acknowledge that the intention in the paper and then following through in the project proposal is not at all to suggest that we are picking up. We are suggesting that we believe we need to pick up the specific requirements in the ISAs related to all of these topics and put them into ISRA 2410, rather that the range of topics for which the ICEs have recently been revised were indicating that actually there is value in thinking about how to address them proportionally in the context of interim review engagements, acknowledging that interim financial statements or financial information for that matter, is prepared under a range of different frameworks, and that the different expectations of those frameworks change, and that will also affect they need to apply. Josephine, you made a good point around different jurisdictions using different frameworks. So in terms of thinking about going concern, different frameworks having different requirements. So just, yeah, as an example of the kinds of things that we are aware of needing to think about. I suppose one of the questions on this issue that we have is whether there's any other burning topics that you had thought of that we hadn't identified as specific areas. This doesn't mean that this is the exhaustive list. It's just that if there were any that you had identified that we had not already explicitly spelled out, that would have been good to know about. So good to know that nothing specific has come up. So that's all at this point. Tom?
Okay, should we move on? We got to 30. So should we, let me see, what's the best way to break up this from 30 to, let's go to 38. Josephine.
Thank you. So there's a couple of matters here. So I am actually quite worried about the conversation about CAMS for 2410. First of all, it sort of counters the decision we're trying to make in relation to not opening up 2400. As I mentioned earlier, if you're not the auditor or if you're an incoming auditor, you would have to apply 2400 for interim. If that particular path led you to not providing a CAM, whereas 2410 would, then that's inconsistency, which is not a great place to be. It's also counter to more recent decisions we made in relation to 5,000 in respect of proportionality. I recognise 5,000 is not financial information. Well, some of it might be, but that's not the focus. And I really feel that potentially in an interim that really does, in terms of proportionality, I would question it. So in terms of the project proposal, my preference would be not to address it in the project proposal, but that's not necessarily in the public interest. But I think we need to be very careful with our language and be quite cautionary. So because what tends to happen with our project proposals, we use language like we will consider, we will explore, and then we do it all anyway. And so because we're amazing, we want to help everybody. So in this particular case, if the board are comfortable with that being included, then as I say, I really caution heavily the language we use in respect to that one. The other one, which I had a slight niggle over, and it's probably something I just need to understand a little bit more, was in relation to materiality. And what materiality is more complex in an interim review than it is in an audit financial statements. I mean, I find that tricky because it's presumably the same users that we're thinking about. And you adjust materiality according to the financial information and what might change, a capital allocation decision of a user based on the interim reporting. So maybe here and that's probably what I'm probably asking a question. Are we saying that there could be just some more guidance on how you apply materiality in this environment, which probably wouldn't be very much because ultimately it's going to be the same principles behind it. And if that's the case, then that's fine. But there was language in the issues paper that implied that it's going to be completely different and there's completely different decisions, which is not actually going to be the case. So again, just caution on how we express that in the project proposal. Although to be fair, the project proposal doesn't talk about this, but this is still out there and available. And yes, that was it on. Did we go to 38? Tom, I can't remember the other matters. all the way through. So the other one is just, just take account of those important changes that we made in the quality management standards and other standards in respect to professional judgment and skepticism. It may be just expanding the project proposal to say what you can look to source for that helpful advice and guidance on developing and changing, and revising 2410. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy?
Thank you, Tom, and thank you, Josephine, for hitting on 2 of my 3 in this area. I also agree we should leave materiality out, doesn't need to be a focus. I don't have any insight that it's broken as it relates to 2400 or 2410, and going with clarity. I do not support the CAMs, so I'm going to emphasize that in big capital red letters. Do not support the CAMs. And I also do fully support the first time interim review engagements as being a matter that needs to be addressed, because there's a whole bunch of inconsistency and confusion on what needs to be done when you pick up an interim review. That's your first engagement, even though you intend to do the year-end audit. So I think that's an important item. Thanks.
Edo.
Thank you, Tom. And so I had the same comment as Josephine had on the CAMs. And I think the board at the time of 5,000 was quite explicit that we felt that limited assurance doesn't provide a good basis for it. And I think that recent decision that we landed on there can be brought into this discussion by not including it in the project proposal. I think that would be my view. Of course, as we look at this, we look at all the other projects that have happened in the meantime since 2009. But standing back, one of my favorite words, as you know, are we now getting into a merry-go-round by incorporating some of these concepts in 2410 and then thinking, oh shit, this is not in 2400, so now we need to apply that. And I'm a little bit worried on how we're gonna manage the disconnects that we're inevitably gonna create. And what one could argue, should we have one 24 project that deals with both? And I didn't do any outreach on this, just made it up myself, sitting here, listening to the discussion. So somebody's gonna kick me, I guess, in a bit, but but I'm just worried about this. Okay, now we have a new 2410, but how does this apply to a review engagement? And I acknowledge that the 2400 engagements are far and few between, at least in my experience. And the focus is more on 2410 from a public interest point of view. So it's relevant that we move along with it, but yeah, it is something that we need to manage going forward. Thank you.
Krista.
Thank you. So my comment is on paragraph 37, and it comes from my outreach. In my opinion, the board could explore the application of ISRE 2400 for first-time limited reviews that happened before the first-year audit, instead of incorporating several new requirements into ISRE 2410, which would complexify the standard. Thank you.
Okay, the one theme that came up repeatedly were the CAMS topic. I do think as we go into the project proposal, we actually need a board position here. I personally, maybe I should ask other people if they does anyone disagree with the view expressed by now Josephine, Wendy, and Edo regarding CAMS?
Which was not to have them.
That it should not be part of the
Yeah.
project, because I see there's a risk. We raise expectations from a few people in the marketplace that think it may actually be a possibility. And I'd rather be clear up front that it's not even on the table for consideration. Not like part of what concerns me about it is that we will contribute to this issue of expectations gap with the CAMs. This is not an audit. The second word of a CAM is audit. And if we're going to create confusion in the marketplace, like it could raise expectations of users that this is something more than what it is. That's not to say that there can't be useful information. There's discussion about information provided. But CAMs are very specific in the context of ISIS. And so like I just want to be very clear to the team, because they're going to have to address whatever the scope of the project is. And then you could raise expectations and then disappoint it when we have no interest. So are we clear on this point, Bill?
In short, I'll agree with what you're going to decide, but I just make one reservation to what you've just said, is that you can clearly call them key review matters. That's not a point. They were brought in as a matter of public interest, right? I mean, so can we just make that decision here now? And then respondents will say, hang on, what about key audit matters? Have you considered that? Or do we go back to where we started to say we put it in the project proposal and consider them, don't do anything more, but as Josephine says, perhaps with the intent that they don't eventuate.
I'm going to call up Billy maybe for you to get your perspective, but I have one on that one.
Yeah, Tom, what resonates a lot with me in terms of what you said is that I think if we put it there as an item that we're going to explore, I think you're creating that expectation. I would rather that we are very clear in the project proposal that we're not going to explore it. You have to remember, yes, we can call them key review matters or whatever, but you have to remember that part of the review engagement and part of why limited assurance is appropriate for review engagement, it is a mechanism of keeping users of the ultimate financial statements informed through the reporting cycle of what's going on. And that has to be balanced with expectations about the timing of this reporting and the cost of this reporting. And so you have to keep the whole proportionality thing in mind. So I think if the board agrees that it is not appropriate to explore this as part of the project proposal, then it is rather better that we make that decision now, and then we're all clear on that and we can move forward.
Neil?
So I'm in favor that they're not included. And we said we're not going to explore it. In a way, we did explore it for 5,000 and reached the conclusion that we weren't going to be having it. The only difference is that there may be key audit matters already in the audit report. And at best, we could say this is an update to those, or nothing's come to your attention that those have changed. But I really wouldn't be in favor in raising new things as part of the review. I just don't think it's appropriate. I just don't think you've done the work for it.
Sammy, then back to Josephine.
I'm kind of where Bill is on this matter. Like, I'm not going to be the only one imposing if everybody decides not to include it as part of the project's proposal. But when we do an outreach or when we speak to the users of the audit reports, sometimes they mention that, well, why don't you consider CAM being part of the review report? Now, with regard to the expectation, if we have something in the project proposal, it doesn't mean that we necessarily have to end up applying it. I mean, we're talking about so many other concepts. We're talking of going concern. We're talking of materiality. We're talking of so many other things. It doesn't mean that for each of those, just because we have them in the project proposal, we're gonna end up having something changed within the standard because of those. We might reach at the conclusion that everything is okay and we don't need to make the change. So just having it there, I think it's kind of like part of transparency that it is there. We've done the work, we've done our research, we've done our homework. Eventually, we decided that it's not appropriate. So it's one way to look at it.
Josephine?
Just go back to my earlier point that the way we have to think about this, isn't it? It goes directly to what Ado says. You really can't introduce a mechanism to determine what your CAM is going to be in 2410 without doing the same in 2400. It would be completely inappropriate for us to introduce that into that interim review standard and not in 2400. So if we do think that it's because they tend to be public interest type engagement, public interest entity engagements, that is therefore worth putting in the project proposal, we have to be very clear of the consequences of that. I think we used to use the phrase slippery slope, but these would be quite significant consequences because you really can't do that in 2410 without building that mechanism in 2400. Thank you.
Okay. Shoye?
Oh, my comment is not on CAM, so maybe you can finish
Okay,
this.
we definitely let it finish. Wendy, are you coming in on CAMs? Okay.
I just want to support Josephine again on what she just said, that we can't open up 2410 without also opening up 2400. I don't think the CAM analysis for the non-financial information is actually, it's maybe akin to limited assurance, but it's not akin to historical financial information. I think we're going to be vetting quite a few audit concepts. Let's take going concern. So if you're going to have to do some additional level of work. I think the idea about updating the existing CAMs couldn't possibly work because if you see something else in your review, you're just going to be silent to it. So it's going to get, you're just going to go into a big black hole. And Billy's point, I made a big circle around what I put here, is adding CAMs into review engagement is going to key review matters, whatever we want to call it, would significantly increase cost. And I think that's not the intent in modernizing and clarifying this 2410. Thank you.
Makika?
Thank you. So my comment may not be only for CAM, but related to that. So I believe from the discussion here, I understand that 2410 is heavily related to the annual financial reporting, financial statement audit. But the users, in many cases, they are often unaware of the work performed during the year by the auditor, by the annual financial statement auditor. So if we ask only about the interim review, they of course say we need more information. That is from my more than 10 years investor relations experience. When we ask something, okay, so you need more information. I never hear they say no. So I think they should say, okay, more information is better for us. But I think when we reach out, we need to cautious about what is how to say the difference between the annual audit statement CAM and the review CAM. So I think if that is not clear, we don't need to, we need to be cautious to ask only for interim review CAM to investors. Thank you.
Okay, we've heard 2 points of view here. On the one hand, and you've heard it articulated in many ways, that we shouldn't actually have CAM as part of the project proposal. There was another point of view is, well, we may land in the exact same space, but we should do the work as part of the project. If I describe it, it could be dismissed. I think in weighing it, you have to determine whether the robust discussion we've had here is sufficient for the elimination because of the rationale for those who feel like it's better not to include it in the project proposal, or we could go down the other route as well. I don't know, Anna or Dan, whether you want to say anything more, but we're basically going to have to get a sense of the board of how we're going to address this. You want to share any?
I suppose I'm also curious about the considerations, I guess, based on the similar logic about CAMs and the mindfulness that Ada raised about changes in 2410 needing to be thought about in terms of the effect on 2400 revised potentially, whether the similar question is coming up for any of our members in relation to any other of the topics, because I suppose the same rationale might be deemed to apply. So yes, definitely.
So I think that's a broader topic first, so we may have to tackle that afterwards. But that topic was definitely related to CAMs too, because Ada pointed out if you're going to do CAMs for one, or even consider it, you're risking a further separation of these two standards. If I'm reading, if I got your argument right, Josephine says. You guys have teamed up here, so I view you as one team. Okay, so Dan, would you like to come in before we?
Yeah, just a quick point, Tom, and it's something that you mentioned earlier, and I think Ada alluded to it as well, and that's there may be an argument that there's there are public interest benefits to CAMs, but it doesn't override the fact that this board did a post-implementation review of the auditing standards, and it was a clear view then that CAMs for limited assurance engagements or limited reviews should not be done because there's a possibility that users could take a greater level of assurance than is intended for that type of engagement, and that's not going to change here. So there is a solid argument, I think, for the board to say that this question has been asked, and there was a due process behind that post-implementation review, and the board came to that conclusion.
It's a good point, and clearly I found that that point resonated with me because I really do worry that we portray something that more than it actually is. Okay, let's get a sense of the board here. There was a view articulated that particularly with the weight of these arguments, and obviously we have this fully on record, will be minuted, explained if we don't have a CAM portion of the project proposal. But who would be comfortable or who supports removing the concept of CAMs from this project by show of hands? Anyone? So I think we're full strong majority. Anyone want to speak out against that decision? Okay, we got guidance. Now there was a broader question, Anna, you raised as a result of Ada's consideration, which would, I think, fundamentally change the scope of this project. So I see grimaces on the face of our project team as a result. Wow, there's a brilliant. They liked your question, Ada. I don't think they liked your outcome. But do people feel like this needs to be a much broader project as a result because of the interactions of 2400 and 2410? I believe effectively that was the question. You weren't suggesting that is the case, but it was niggling in your mind to take Josephine's word. Does anyone feel strongly about that, or as we're going, that the general comfortable with the scope of the project as conceived? Josephine?
It's my niggle is that really important connection between the practitioner that's incoming and therefore would probably have to apply 2400 for interim and then 2410. And that's why I'm worried about that. And I think that some of the really, really good ideas that you have here in terms of updating 2410 would also apply to 2400. Now, maybe there's some reverse consequential amendments, Philly, that we could do to the baseline standard as a result of what you find in 2410. That could be an option without opening up the whole thing. But it's just really important that we bear in mind that those engagements have to be consistent in that scenario. And that's really the important thing in my mind. Thank you.
Okay, it's really about clarity then between the two standards. Xiaoyu?
Okay, my comment is on the review report. I suggest that we specifically address the question of, what's the difference when you review a complete set of interim financial statement and a condensed set of interim financial information, which is not very clear in the current 2410. Thank you.
Greg?
Thanks, Tom. Excuse me. Sorry. I just want to reinforce, I might have missed the boat here because you didn't see my card up, but just I think we clearly want this project to draw on 2400. We clearly want this project to draw on the ISAs, but actually this is its own thing. And so I think we can decouple it and we can just move forward based on the project plan. Thanks.
Okay. Neil?
Josephine, for 2400, well, so let me unwind. So when you're appointed as the auditor, you haven't yet done an audit, and your first engagement is the interim review. To address your concern of applying 2400 first, is the answer not to add that guidance to 2410 so that that is the standard that you apply, even though you haven't yet done the audit? So it's clear as to the extent of work you're needing to do, which you're going to have to do in any event, to perform the audit at the end of the year. So is that not the way to address 2410 without having to open up 2400?
It's sort of the reverse in my mind, because we're going to revise 2410. We're going to bring it up to date with some of our more modern or more recent thinking. So 2400 is going to be behind. It won't incorporate our more recent thinking necessarily. So it's the other way around. But yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of options we have.
Billy?
I just want to make sure that actually Neil and Josephine are talking about two slightly different things. I think Neil is quite right, because at least from my perspective, if you are appointed if you are appointed as the auditor to perform the first interim review engagement, so you haven't done it before, but you are appointed in your capacity as the auditor, then you're in 2410. You shouldn't even be looking at 2400, and 2410 should be sufficient to help you with that. So in that regard, I fully agree with you. And then I think, Josephine, your point is slightly different. You're saying we are going to update 2410 for more recent thinking that came out of the list of topics that we had there, and we must just make sure that 2400 stays aligned with that. Yeah. So I do think, we have the leeway. I do think we need to be very careful. I know I'm going to get a stare from Wolf that's sitting across but we have the facility of consequential amendments, but we need to be very careful with that. There is an argument to say, as Dan had on one of his slides, we have a body of standards that deal with this review engagements as a particular type of limited assurance engagement. So yes, there's a argument about coherence within that body of standards. But still, remember, a consequential amendment is only what is absolutely necessary to be able to make sure that those engagements, you don't create a mismatch there or an imbalance.
Okay. Wendy.
Can I risk, thank you, Tom. Can I risk stating the obvious? This project is 2410. If there are consequential and conforming amendments to 2400 as a result, then we do them, but we are not making it, there's no opening up a 2400 in this project.
I think that is what Billy was saying, I think, is like, if we do a consequential amendment, it better be really what we define as a consequential amendment. Otherwise, we have a scope creep of the project, which is effectively going to the question we started with in this section, which is we're not reopening 2400 in this, and we're quite comfortable with the basic scoping of the project. Anna.
Thanks. Just the related question to, thank you for the clarifying question, Wendy, about we are not expanding the scope to include 2400. The related question is, I suppose that comes to mind, and we are still satisfied that it would be appropriate for us to address these topics in 2410 without doing any more than consequential amendments to 2400, even if that might result in a perception, to Josephine's point, that there's a mismatch in terms of we're revising 2410 to modernize it, but we're not touching 2400. I guess I don't want to end up caught out that we find ourselves not, I guess, being able to action some of these things on account of that. That's my only question. And apologies if it has just been very clearly articulated and I've missed it.
I think where we landed is that this is a unique 2410 project. And if there's consequential amendments that need to be done, then they can be done only if they meet the basis of consequential amendments. But this is a tightly defined 2410 project. We're there, right? Ada?
And thank you, Tom. And I'm fine with that. And I do think that these can sort of exist separate from each other, but we will undoubtedly, as we shore up 2410, we're going to get some feedbacks as well. But wouldn't 2400 also not benefit from some of these? And that's fine. And that will work into our work program. And as we consider where we put attention to which standards to update and whatnot, etc.
I think that brings us to the end of the specific issues in the issue paper. So we got through question point A, point B. The one thing we haven't asked is C, whether there were issues not identified in this paper but should have been identified. Any comment? Just
perhaps I missed it, but did you have a think about other information and whether you needed to see Anna's face? Whether you know? Okay. I know how we all feel about it, but we aren't going to say that. But it might be worth just having a look at that too. Thank you.
okay. Your laughing suggests that you're willing to consider other information. Okay. Any other topics that should be explored in a project to revise 2410? Okay. So should I get to point B of the issues paper, the development of the project proposal to revise ISRE 2410. Are we going to keep on going through the issues paper or go into the project proposal itself?
So the idea would have been to move to the project proposal. So I suppose if I can ask one question before we do that, and then also ask whether I think we were planned to break at 3:30, if that's right.
We will. When we go to the project proposal, I intend to break.
Okay. Okay. I just wanted to make sure we weren't. Yeah. And I've lost my question. Okay. No. Yes. So we can go to project proposal. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to raise before we go to the project proposal? Okay, so we're at 3:20. What I suggest is that we actually take our break now, right? Because I don't want to start the project proposal and then deprive you of a break, but it's 10 minutes to when the scheduled break was supposed to be. Let's reconvene at 3:50, so 10 minutes earlier than when we were supposed to. And then we'll go through the project proposal. I think when we go through the project proposal, it would be useful to note where decisions in this discussion previously would necessarily have to flow through. For example, other information. Okay, let's break now. Okay, the 2-minute warning. Okay, can we get seated, please? Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're going to go back to the team and we're going to talk about the project proposal now. So Anna,
Thanks, Tom. Yes, so moving on to the project proposal, and first of all, thank you for the clarifying directions in the section just before. We know we gave you some context in the issues paper that touched on basically the very brief summary of what we were trying to achieve with the draft project proposal. And so the questions that we have are in the context of having gone through the project proposal. I was not intending to dwell on anything specific, but rather take the project proposal section by section, and that's how the questions are presented in the issues paper. So none of what follows should be surprising. The only thing that will potentially have an impact is obviously the discussion that we just had. There are some obvious changes that we've already made notes of. CAMs will come out in terms of words from there, and a couple of other things. But if I think of top to bottom in the project proposal, the first pause point that we had was seeking feedback on the project objectives that support the public interest. But we're also happy, obviously, to take comments from any of the paragraphs above if you had anything specific that jumped out at you that you did want to flag. So that would be on paragraphs 1 to 8. Sorry for clarity.
so we're comments on 1 through 8. Nancy.
Thank you, Tom. So it's about the objectives. Looking at it, A and B doesn't seem to cover the breadth of the issues that were identified from 1 to 5. So the suggestion that I would make is to consider having a third objectives, which gets at more of the issue of clarity and the quality of the standard itself and the coherence with the rest of the standards. So if you look at A and B, A talks about heightening expectation and so on. And the second one is consistent practice by the auditor. It doesn't actually fully explain the modernizing aspect. So that's one thought. That's the more general thought. The other one is just a small tweak, and it's not important that if you do not accept that. So under 1.1, sub A, it aligns with maybe the concept of clarifying goes in there as well. Clarifying and align. Thank you.
Thank you. Ada?
Thank you, Tom. And I may be some help to bridging some of Nancy's concerns, because it says meet heightened stakeholders' expectations, which is it's used in an abstract matter, and what we mean is the changes that we've made to the other ISAs to improve quality and so the clarity around what those heightened shareholders' expectations mean may actually bridge that bit, and I think that clarity would be helpful.
Greg?
Thanks, Tom. I'm also on the project objective, paragraph 7. It just seemed to me that what we're doing here is we're looking to establish or maybe re-establish a global baseline. It is talked about elsewhere in here, but fundamentally we've sort of lost relevance in this space because of other standard setters are updating the base standard. You know, we know this is a very old standard. So I just wondered if maybe in the lead and just above A and B, we could weave in this notion of establishing or re-establishing a global baseline for review engagement or whatever these engagements, whatever the right term is. But yeah, it just felt like a overarching concept that we could maybe add in. Thanks.
Any other comments? Robert?
With respect to number 8, the matter of proportionality, which you mentioned here, I think is very important, as we had heard prior to the break we took this afternoon. It was mentioned several times, and maybe you can bring more input to this proportionality issue, like, for instance, you did in the issue paper. In the issue paper, and I think it was 8C in the issue paper, you have additional remarks with respect to proportionality. Second comment, I don't know whether it's coherence or whether it relates to coherence or what you have in letter A, is and I don't use the exact wording or formal wording now, but at the end, and I like the chart which was presented by Dan, where he said we had 2400, we have 20 the ISAs, and we have then 2410, and we should consider some of the fundamental principles and concepts for some matters which are baked into 2400, and we should consider some new matters relating to going concern recently adopted or related to fraud, which we will adopt this week, and make a perfect blend for 2410. And maybe you can rephrase this a little bit in this matter. So not just to mention the ISAs here, but also mention that there are some fundamental principles in 2400 with respect to some of these matters or issues. And thirdly, I fully concur with letter D, because it has to be globally operable and be applied. Thank you.
Robert, one question, because I just want to help the team to respond to your proportionality comment. I read 7A in the project objective referring to a proportion remaining proportionate to the purpose, and then I read 8A with highlighting the concept of proportionality. Does that not seem enough, or
well, the question is, does everybody sense what is meant here? I guess we do, but everybody else who will be the reader of this project proposal, in a sense that some financial frameworks do not require complete sets of financial statements. Speed to market is very essential, and in a sense, lower costing for an interim review, which we all heard and discussed this afternoon. And maybe we can give some additional arguments why this is, why proportionality is important here. This is all I was asking for.
Okay. I think the team will need to think about think about that, about how best to incorporate it. Okay, Anna, I don't see any other tents up. Before we go to stakeholder needs, any response?
My one response is actually a thought prompted by Nancy, which is that I possibly did a disservice to maybe especially our newer board members by not giving a little bit more context about project proposals and I suppose the structure or the core elements that maybe end up going in them and how we build on the public interest framework, and in particular for this project proposal in particular, that we've used the new well, we have an integrated, like a due process that integrates concepts of the public interest framework. And so the language of the objectives that perhaps doesn't explicitly use certain words, and I think use the word consistency or clarity in particular. So words that reflect the qualitative standard setting characteristics of standards, we sort of think of them separately, while the objectives are trying to really think about what is it that we're trying to achieve as an at the end of the project with it, rather than so modernizing the standard has to have an impact, and it's really trying to grasp those things so they maybe feel a bit more I don't know what the word is, loose, floaty. Ada, you used a word that has escaped my mind right now, but when you used the terms, when you highlighted the words meet heightened expectations of stakeholders, maybe it felt a bit looser, but I suppose that's useful context to understand why perhaps some specific words might not have been used in the objective that are notwithstanding very relevant to how we would be approaching the standard itself, like the revisions to the standard itself.
Yeah, and I think, Anna, the only thing that I would add to that is that the project team was looking at the objective and wanting to make sure that the objective reflected the outcome of the project and keeping it at a high enough level and not repeating in the objective the proposed actions. So we can certainly have another look at the wording of the objective to make sure that that's coming through clearly. But that was the intent of the team, was to keep that the project objectives at a very high level, outcome based.
Thank you. So on that basis, the following section on meeting stakeholder needs, or the stakeholders that will be most impacted by the project, is again one of these key considerations. Obviously, we need to think about who we will be impacting with our proposals. And so then this would be asking for your input on section 4, which covers paragraphs 9 to 11.
And we got some feedback in the last section about stakeholder needs, which we could update appropriately. Wendy?
Yeah, thanks, Tom. I just want to reiterate something we had talked about in one of our meetings, is that I think preparers are missing from the table in 11, which is in 10. It gives all the users, but the preparers are not there. So I was wondering if preparers and those charged with governance could find its way into the table. Thank you.
Okay. Amara?
Actually, a quick question, actually. Don't we expect regulators in some jurisdictions to be one of the interested groups? I guess so, right?
Point noted. Speaking of a regulator.
So maybe it's back to Anna's point. This is about the stakeholders whose interests are most affected by the project objectives. And the one thing we want to do is try and keep these project proposals, nice and light and to the point. And I don't disagree. Regulators are affected, the preparers are affected, but are they the most affected? And that helps the team steer what it is that they need to do and need to achieve in meeting the objectives as well. So if we're going to add preparers, then regulators, then we might as well include the entire table that we have in our framework. So I would caution adding additional, unless you think they really are most affected.
Thank you, Josephine, for. No, well, thank you for that point. I was going to add that it might be just in the appendix it may seem like a passing comment. We did actually reach out to the regulator community and in fact ask for the extent to which they are interested, impacted, would be affected by the proposals. And they were not uninterested, but the response, to put it in some way, was that ultimately these kinds of engagements, interim review engagements, tend to be looked at by regulators and of interest to the regulator community only in the context of audit, the audit context. And so and that is only if something has gone very wrong, where they would then backtrack through previous engagements, which might include such engagements, rather than necessarily be a specific area of focus for them. And so that sort of informed our judgment in not specifically identifying them. So if that also helps there.
Okay, any other comments on stakeholder needs? I think we could go to the next section. Mickey, was that on stakeholders? Okay, please come in.
Yeah, thank you. So regarding the outreach to investors, I think we must remember that the investors are diverse. So there are really a lot of people, equity investors, it's not only equity investors. So I think equity investors typically accept risk if it's not assured, but they can take a risk if they think they can have a return. However, especially concerning interim review we are discussing, there is a likely high demand from bond investors, which is issued after the interim maybe a result announcement. So we need to be cautious that investors are not on one type. Thank you.
Okay. Now back to you, Anna.
Thank you, Tom. So then the next part is, I suppose, where most questions we're expecting you to have most detailed views, which is really the scope entirely. Now, before I actually turn to you, I wanted to highlight a few things. One is obviously as a result of the previous discussion, there are a few things that will come out. The first one that jumps out is in relation to action 3.3, there's a bullet point that talks about a possible consideration of other matters, including those reported as key audit matters. We would be striking that out as directed. The other one is an acknowledgement that upon preparing for this presentation or this session, we noticed that somewhere along the way, we, and by we I mean I, had accidentally deleted an important bullet point. So if those of you who might be more eagle-eyed may have noticed that there's an issue in the issues paper that related to first-time engagements, where your first-time appointment is an interim review engagement. We did in fact have an issue, an action that addressed that, and my formatting skills of tables in Word leave much to be desired because somehow things disappeared. So that is something we have made a note of, and that would be reflected in the next iteration of the project proposal. Having said that, this next section is really just getting your views on the scope, and I think we can probably take them all at once, unless anybody prefers to go issue by issue. There are only 5 issues, so I'm open, Tom. I will hand over to you to manage that as you see fit.
Okay. Right. What I don't want is to rehash the discussion we had before the break. So note that if you suggested an issue or a specific action, you'll have to wait till it comes back to us tomorrow, right? Is that what in June? We did June. I was like, it's the next. In June, but it will get addressed. Josephine.
Thank you. Anna, I was wondering where the bullet was on the first time. No, I'm joking. So am I being dim here? The one important thing here is that we haven't actually talked about clarifying the structure. Do we have to put that in the project proposal? It's not in clarified format, so Would we have to spell it out, or is that just so ridiculously granular it's not important? Maybe need to check with our technical director on that one. And the only other point I have on this is on NOCLAR. We seem to have and I should have raised it in the issues, but we seem to have a couple of items in relation to what we need to think about fraud, but we haven't got the similar list in relation to NOCLAR. And I'm not quite sure why we wouldn't have. So, the consequences of identifying and suspecting NOCLAR, the comms, etc. So either maybe just make the fraud one skinnier and then and more general, and that might be a way forward. Thank you.
Wendy?
Okay, thank you, Tom. Something that Josephine just said, I had a same question, but it is in 1.1, and a caution, because I don't think we want to say 2410 is broken and not principles based, or make it sound like it shouldn't be used. So I actually thought 1.1 would be where it would say we're going to clarify it, instead of saying develop a principles based standard, because it sounds like we're starting over. Are we starting over? I didn't hear that when we had our discussions. I don't think I saw 1.1a in the issues paper, but it's an observation, so I'll keep moving on. There was some language that I was confused by. Okay, on page, it's issue 2.1. It's at the end where it says this may include, though may not be limited to. So I don't know what that means in the context of a project proposal. And so that's just really a question you can answer, because I don't know if that leaves a whole bucket of things that we could add in or would imply that should be added in. And so that I found potentially challenging, but I may not understand what it means. And I think that's pretty much all I have, although, yeah. And I'll send some stuff in offline. Thank you.
Anyone else? Robert, and then Nito.
With respect to the number 17, any reason why you had not made or given any reference to 2400 or persons that are knowledgeable with 2400 revised? You give reference to all the other ones here, going concern, fraud, audit response, and professional skepticism. It seems that letter A is until D, this is it. So you could make, or I think we could make reference to 2400 and relevant persons. Thank you.
Ada?
Thank you, Tom. So I'm in, what is it, number 2 point, anyway, at the, in 2, when it's about the understanding the entity and its environment, including the system of internal control. And of course, that comes from 315. And then we refer to the extent to which and how the auditor should consider the risk assessment performed in the most recent audit. And we shy away from using risk assessment in the left column. And I learned over the break why that is, because 2410 doesn't have a risk assessment requirement. So using then the risk assessment performed verges very near towards updating your risk assessment, so I'm a little bit cautious as to whether that's where we want to go. I haven't made up my mind yet, but it seems to be a fairly large step. And the other one that I was wondering about is, in 3.2, we talk about non-authoritative guidance. So I think I struggle with proposed actions that start with non-authoritative guidance. I prefer a standard that is clear from the get-go. And we already have, paragraph 15 that talks about non-authoritative guidance. So I suggest you take that one out of 3.2 more altogether. Thank you.
Okay. Josephine?
Yeah, I'm just responding to Ado, and and I by all means, take on, obviously have a look at it, but the auditors, the current standard requires the auditor to actually take account of the risk assessment and the results of the risk assessment in determining materiality and where things might go wrong. And so I agree, it does look like you're bringing in a risk assessment in terms of the language, but it's still really important not to lose that part of the knowledge when you're performing an interim engagement. Thank you.
Okay. I think that's it. You got some suggestions, which now you have to June. I've given you a relief. We could probably in reality approve this project proposal tomorrow, but we won't. I know, Josephine.
I did just want to make sure that, because I know that we highlighted specifically the actions and that whether the actions were appropriate to address the issues. And I know Robert highlighted a specific point on paragraph 17. I just wanted to make sure that, because I'd not been explicit when I said we're focusing on the scope, if anybody did have anything specific on paragraphs 13 to 17, i.e. the rest of section 5, that we'd not missed that. Yes, that was all.
Okay. Any comments here? Ada?
Thank you, Tom. You make a point in paragraph 16 about the IAASB code, and I think that's a fair one because there's often confusion about the extent which code requirements are applicable to this. I didn't see collaboration with IAASB on this, and maybe our, I guess, corresponding board member for IAASB can help us in this. But to what extent wouldn't it be great that as we develop this, IAASB comes out with some guidance, non-authoritative guidance, pointing out, well, these are the things you need to consider for an interim review, and then to collaborate on this into the market, actually show that we're joined up to some extent, rather than we're fixing each other's problems. So that's something, and I appreciate that not necessarily part of this project proposal, but I do want us to keep it in mind and see if we can progress that. The other thing, but I think you naturally will do that as well. I would have thought that coordination with the 5,000 team would also be useful, because that is a project where all these heightened public interest or heightened expectations have been incorporated. So I think we can learn from 5,000 there in how to apply it here. Thank you.
Okay. Sort of a request, maybe even think about how that's incorporated in our proposed actions, the IAASB coordination element. We will have some time to speak to them between now and June.
We're not looking at you.
Why are you laughing? I thought that was part of what we don't normally do. Joey?
Thank you. Actually, I have a slightly different view, because by performing 2410, the practitioner's identity is the auditor of the entity. So I would expect that IAASB will expect you follow the rules applicable to the auditors, right? Not specifically for a review or something. Yeah, and also a related point on 5A. It talks about explore whether, the NC, I think the process between the audit and the interim review. So again, I believe actually because of the entity for audit performing interim review, they normally go as one package. if you accept the appointment as the audit, you have the obligation to perform the interim review. So I would think that the ANC procedure you perform for the audit will be also cover the interim review. So I'm not sure whether there's indeed a question to ask. I mean, based on my practice experience. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Should we turn it back to the team?
Okay. Thank you. I have made that note. Okay. We move to the next section. So then section 6 covers the timeline of the project proposal. Sorry, the expected timeline of the project, and we can probably take it to the end because that is where it goes to. But also, if you had any other matters, I suppose just these two questions can probably just go hand in hand.
Josephine.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a point though on the previous point, if I can. It does actually depend on the jurisdiction of the auditor's responsibilities in relation to the audit. So it's not automatic in all jurisdictions. I know it is in some, that if you perform the audit that you're also obliged to perform the interim review. So I think it's worth taking into account in those situations, but it isn't always relevant. They're a tricky little beast, interim reviews, aren't they? So in paragraph 26, we talk about implementation of the revised standard and determine whether to perform a post-implementation review to assess whether it's being used consistently, da-di-da. I'm not sure about this. I think a critical part of our responsibilities of a board is to perform some sort of implementation activity. Maybe we don't call it a post-implementation review, but because we think of that as a project almost in and of itself, and maybe that's the problem. But I do think we should absolutely perform post-implementation review work. Otherwise, we can't really assess whether we've met our objectives at the end of the day. So I wondered if we could adjust that, and maybe Vili might want to jump in. And but I think we definitely need to do something. Thank you.
Yes, Josephine, I think on the post-implementation reviews, I think we need to indicate whether we are going to do a post-implementation review. I don't think it's needed for all projects. For example, I don't think we're going to do a post-implementation review on the narrow scope amendments that we're doing on experts at the moment. But I take your point, that last sentence is probably not needed.
I think, Josephine, the way to square the circle here is that even if a formal post-implementation review is not undertaken, we will take post-implementation monitoring activities. Yeah. It's something more along that. It's the idea of about the formality of what an official post-implementation review is relative to our monitoring activities.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I mean. I think when we write PIR, we do think of that particular formal project document and so forth. But yes, we do need to make it clear. We do need to be clear here that we will perform some monitoring and review work. Thank you.
Edo.
I love the specificity of the table in paragraph, what is it, 19, such that we need to articulate that we're going to close the comment period for responses, even though we already said it's 120 days. So not sure that Buddha's needed. Anyway, on a serious note though, the approval of the exposure draft. So and I'm wondering to what extent the work already done by the Australians and the New Zealanders, whether this can be moved up to December 25.
So we're going to have a discussion about our timelines. I am trying to relax a little bit the requirement to do respond to exposure drafts in this calendar year. I think it has to do with the way our stuff is lining up with IAASB a little bit, but this is an executive session discussion. We're going to have a little bit tomorrow. I just beg your patience on that. We could come back on the record on it, but you'll see our philosophy on this. We have come through a period of rapid and significant standard setting. There are more than just our documents going out in the marketplace planned, and I'm trying to find some bit of staggering to things we're doing. So your point is well taken, but we come back to that possibly in terms of the timing. There was a logic to it. Maybe a logic that you don't agree with, but I think we need to have it in the context of broader discussions. Okay? Am I capturing why we are where we are? Okay. Okay. Any other comments on these questions? Are there any other? I think we really should ask explicitly part F. Any other matters that the project team should consider and finalize in a project proposal revise 2410. Now, one thing is yes, I think it's clear that we probably could have approved this project proposal with a little work the next couple of days. We're not going to do that. Some of the team is engaged with other activities to turn things around. I think we have enough sense of the direction of the project, and it won't just be the project proposal coming back to the board in June. There'll be substantive discussions on the topics, and we're sort of applying, again, going back to the EDGE principle of project proposals and work being presented simultaneously. So the work will continue de facto as if the direction was approved. Obviously, if there's conflict, we will address it at the board meeting, but I think we can make progress. Anything you want to add, Dan and Anna?
No, you summarized that, which is what I was going to say. So thank you. We've made notes of all of the contributions, and so given us good direction. Any
other comments that want to be made? Sharon, Joanna, thank you so much for joining us. Hope you're wide awake now, and it's beautiful weather where you are in the world, and you enjoy a great day. Thank you, Wendy and Misha. Renee and Misha. It's too long day. Sorry. Renee and Misha. Sorry, I don't know what I was looking at. Thank you for your help throughout the project. I think we're making really good progress. I think this is more importantly an example how we could work with jurisdictional standard setters who may also be national standard setters and make progress on the work. So thank you for that. Before we close, I just wanted to ask Philippe any observation. Oh, Bill.
You've mentioned that a few times now. You want to explain jurisdiction standard setters?
Because
is the term changed?
Yeah, so this is, it turns out that some of the standard setters we deal with are not encompassing the singular national standard setter or not the whole nation per se. So they do have jurisdiction over certain entities. So that's why JSS is more, I guess, correct in terms or precise as a term. It's hard for me to convince myself, but I can't even remember names at this point. So it's, sorry, Renee. Okay, Philippe.
Thank you, Tom. And thank you to the team because it's particular item of interest for me to see an example, and that's my first formal example of implementation of the public interest framework from the beginning of, a standard revision, I would say. So I'm impressed by the way you seriously consider, these aspects. I have just a comment of method regarding the implementation of that. Sorry for my voice. It's based on on the paragraph 11 when I see the schedule and the characterization of the stakeholder groups, which is great, the 3 categories, and how they are affected by the project. I must confess that I had some thought process about the word affected, because the third word of the public interest framework is served and not affected or impacted. And so my question is about, the way you can enrich the expectation of the stakeholders, and considering the method, your method. I think it's probably something we have to discuss at the PIOB level. I think you have, if I consider, the different steps of the project proposal, you have a reactive way to obtain the expectation of the stakeholders based on an exposure draft. That means, it's not a formal way to have a sort of interaction, an initial interaction with the stakeholders to try to understand their expectations or the evolutions they would like to see conceptually, So that means at the moment, what I understand is that based on some previous documents, readings, some considerations, and so on, you define by yourself mainly the stakeholders' expectations. And based on that, you are going to improve things, fairly and so on, and propose something on the basis of which you will obtain reactions. And so I was just wondering if in terms of, method, and it's a question of, nature of outreach, between outreach and consultant activity, I would say. There is a manner to characterize at the beginning more precisely, more accurately, the expectations, to be sure that you have a target really to serve and to deliver aligned with the expectations, more than, working on a draft. And after that, hoping that through the reactions to the draft, you will obtain some elements which can give you more information about the expectations, which in some circumstances could create a form of probably confusion, I would say, between, the sense of the word impact, which is a warning. I warn you that you are going to be impacted, and served, which I say that you are going to be satisfied by something. Thank you.
Well, I think we should consider the language here. I'm not sure that we're really that far apart on that. The way I feel like we've come up with these the way we're serving or the way the impacts is through consultation, but your points are well taken. So as we now have to June to work on this project proposal, we will consider that. But in my mind, we're not principally out of step with the PIOB's thinking on it. I think it may be a language choice more than anything else. Okay. So why don't we wrap this session up now? we're going to come back to, you should remember we talked about email that you received at lunchtime, and I'm sure everyone has read it already. No. So why don't we give maybe to 5 p.m. Maybe to 5 p.m. To allow you to read it on fraud, and then we'll bring the fraud team back to the table. I think because one email is not enough. You're getting another email, and this is why I was slightly confused, because I see Dan in front of me. You're getting experts coming back to you a little bit too, and that you'll get an email too at the break about that. But we'll go over that tomorrow morning. So let's reconvene at 5 to give some moment to read on the fraud stuff. I think we'll still finish it within the hour that's allotted. Okay, thank you. Okay, we're gonna get started in 2 minutes. Okay, could we get seated, please? No, it's the 60-second one. I like to change it up. I'm sorry? Since we're dealing with fraud, I'm adding an element of unpredictability to the mix. You like that, huh? I'm here all week. Okay. Are we ready? Taylor, we're all set? Thank you. Well, thank you, Julie and the team, for your rapid work here and for turning some of these key issues around. I'm going to hand it over to you to walk us through.
Sure. Thanks, Tom. And I will just start by saying that I think we're in pretty good shape with the task forces talked through not only the offline comments, but everything we heard in the plenary session yesterday. What we have here for you today is a subset of the changes, probably some of the more significant ones that we discussed yesterday, just so that you see the wording and be able to provide any comments to the task force as we proceed to get the turnaround document ready. If your item isn't in here, it doesn't mean we haven't reflected on it and potentially made a change. But like I said, this is just a subset of what we thought was important to bring back to the board so that we can progress the standard for posting tomorrow. So with that, maybe we don't have a lot of slides. We kept it short and sweet, Tom, from a slide perspective. But I will walk you through the reasons, the reasoning for the changes in the document you received over lunch, just to give you a sense as to the task force's thinking. So in the order as they're presented in the document, the first item really just was a change to the wording in that paragraph 14, but we wanted to show it to the board. This was the inclusion of the word ordinarily in the no-CLAR, I'll call it the no-CLAR equation, go down as known as that probably from now on, the no-CLAR equation. And so that was an item that was discussed at board yesterday, and it's been reflected in the updated draft. Do you want me to just go through them all, Tom, and then pause? Or
I actually think one by one is probably better to make sure we know. So please raise your card if you have something on this topic. Okay. No one. Robert, on the insertion of ordinarily.
What's ordinarily mean? Or are we clear what's not meant by ordinarily? I could rephrase it, which in general terms, fraud constitutes an instance of no-CLAR. Yeah, so this would mean ordinarily. But how about third-party fraud? Would this be included? And how about the unjust advantage, which is explicitly mentioned in, was it paragraph 18, I think?
So ordinarily is a term that we've defined through CUS, which means in the great majority of situations. So I think in our standards, it's understood what ordinarily means. We needed to have some qualification here to break the effective equation that it is always the case. And then I think it describes with the application materials the types of things that an auditor is expected to do as it relates to 250, if I remember right now the construct. Okay, I hope that's satisfactory there. Anyone else on this one? Okay, let's go to the second topic.
Okay, the second topic, management override of controls. So there are a number of changes in these paragraphs, but we brought back some of the more significant ones. Paragraph 36. So paragraph 36 was or proposing to restore paragraph 36 back to the wording that would have been in the December drafting, because we've now addressed the control aspect of responding to a financial statement level risk in paragraph 39, which I'll get to in a moment. So this paragraph now links to the control activities component in ISO 315 revised, and you'll see that footnote to paragraph 26 there. So that is the controls aspect at the assertion level. The drafting we had previously was when we were working with the construct that we needed to incorporate financial statement level risk and assertion level risk in this paragraph, but we now don't need to do that. And so this paragraph now just reverts back to the simpler drafting. I'll do 39 at the same time, Tom, because it's connected. So the change proposed in 39B is to strike out the at the assertion level, because based on our discussions, we've now moved to say all fraud risks would be significant risks. But the addition near the end of that paragraph is to reflect the fact that even if you have a financial statement level risk due to fraud, you still need to think about the controls aspect of that. And so the controls may or may not be control activities. They might be controls that support the operation of other controls. So if you think about controls like that might operate in the control environment component, the firm's risk assessment component, the monitoring component, and that's why the wording was added there to prompt the auditor to be thinking about those controls in addition to just control activities that might operate more at the assertion level. Paragraph A103 is also an explanation of what we meant by that additional wording. So it just describes a little bit more for the auditor to explain. Was that? No, I'm sorry. Never mind. Take that back. I'll stop after 39, Tom. 103, sorry, 103 is tied to 36. Yeah. 103 was just, again, a revert back to a previous paragraph we had.
Okay. Okay, so this was a big discussion point yesterday. Changes related to management override of controls, 3639, A103, A114, A116.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Julie. So clearly agree entirely with striking out at the assertion level. I think I understand why you've inserted it here. Not sure whether this is under the premise of make explicit what's implicit anyway. But I guess it's an attempt to mirror 315.26. But I'm wondering whether we're missing some context there, because in 315.26 there is the before the or there is the to address the risk of material misstatement at the assertion level, and I still think that piece of text from 315.26 would help here, such that it would read evaluate whether they've been designed effectively to address the risk of material misstatement at the assertion level, or designed effectively to support. I think it will just be a little bit easier to understand.
We were just trying to make it simpler, but I take your point. We would almost be going back to similar wording that now has the strike through, except for you would prefer to have the wording that's stricken through come back.
Yeah, strike through 36.
Are you in 36? Oh, you're in 39B.
Yeah, but to Edo's, like I think the 39, what we were trying to do is bring some of that what we added was something that we had in 36, and now we moved it indeed to Edo's point to 39 B, but we shortened it in 39B compared to what was in 36. So So I see we took the shortcut and Ado is asking to, yeah.
Use your mic, please.
Sorry. So yes, no, my suggestion would be that insertion in 39B, which is coming from 315.26D, gets included more comprehensively. Thank you.
Josephine, were you coming in on this point?
Ado, the only issue there is then we are bringing then the consideration, the controls absolutely down to the assertion level again, and we're just trying to be broader and accept that there may be controls, that there may be direct controls which you think of generally as affecting assertions, but there may be direct controls that relate to financial statement level risks as well. So we're trying to keep it broad. And if we put assertion level in there, then it would probably require some explanation of that. So at the moment, we've just drawn from the language as it sits in 315, I understand. Yeah.
I fully appreciate your point. So what about inserting or leaving the assertion level out? So that have been designed effectively to address the risk of material misstatements, or designed effectively to support other controls.
We'll take that back, but it doesn't seem like a big change.
Neil?
My question was just on 36. We've added at the assertion level. I wasn't convinced that we needed that to be added, and I thought it might create some confusion around with the journal entries and the other adjustments needing to then get those down to the assertion level under all circumstances. So do we need to have at the assertion level added in 36 there? Sorry, and that also applies in the application material, I think, on 106. Let me find it.
Well, Neil, this was to be consistent with the reference out to the 315 paragraph that we're referencing there. Is when you go to the control activities component in 315, it is control activities at the assertion level.
Yeah.
Comment on 36. I also have the question about the additional at the assertion level, because it follows by including controls of JE, but the general entry testing is prescribed procedure to respond to a financial statement level risk of fraud. So it's a bit confusing. And my understanding is that controls over journal entry and other adjustment is part of the financial reporting process. And isn't that an entity level control? I mean, in practice. Or is that an element of information communication? And also on 39, I would recommend that for point A, can we take out the middle of determine whether they exist at the FS level or assertion level? Because I think the identify and assess the risk of material misstatement due to fraud, taking into account fraud risk factors. I understand that the middle of this sentence, the reason was because originally we needed to be there to differentiate between first level and the assertion level, and we said assertion level is significant risk. But now we determined that all the wrong due to fraud are significant risk. So it seems it might not be necessary to have this in between. And I believe that your consideration of fraud risk factors may not be so relevant in determining whether it's FS level or assertion level. So may I suggest that we actually split 39 to ABC. A is identify and assess wrong due to fraud, taking into consideration of fraud risk factors. And B is treat these risks due to fraud at FS level and at assertion level as significant risk. And followed by C is to, identify controls, blah, blah. So, that's my second comment. And also, A114, I think this concept of control and those how to say, the control which support the operating of other controls. That is something, because when I read the 114A, I didn't quite get the point why we explained that. How to say? I understood from yesterday's discussions, if it's about assertion level, then it's okay to just talk about the control, whether they are designed effectively. But when it comes to FS level wrong due to fraud, and people raise questions about whether you would have direct controls over those risks, and then we go to control environment, risk assessment, and monitoring activities. So if that's the case, can we make it clear in 114A, when you are dealing with the assertion level, you understand the design DNI of those control activities. When you deal with FS level, you might consider indirect controls, things like that. Yeah, thank you.
Anyone else on these paragraphs? Guess my general caution is that we should be careful with tinkering too much right now. Actually, to some extent, it may have been a little tinkery that created the confusion in between the meetings that raised this issue to a serious consideration at the top of the week's meetings. But I'll turn it back to you, Julie, and for your response to some of this.
I'll start, and I'll maybe get others to help me if I don't cover all the points, because there were a few things there. So in 36, all we were trying to do in 36, so the history of 36, was in this proposal for 240, we were trying to draw the direct link between ISO 315 revised. And ISO 315 revised, as you know, has the different components of internal control, and one of those is control activities. And so this was the fraud lens on what sits in the control activities component in ISO 315 revised, and that's the controls over journal entry. So that's essentially what we were putting in here, which was to draw the auditor's attention to the fraud aspect of what sits in 315 revised. So that's the history of 36, and the wording that we had before was simpler because it was just giving that fraud lens to the controls over journal entries. It wasn't trying to dive into the financial reporting process or entity level controls at all. That's what 36 was meant to do. I am somewhat hesitant on changing 39 that significantly, because that was also drawn from base ISO 315 wording. And so to change it now quite that significantly, I think would be a big change at this point. What we were really trying to do there with 39B is just recognize the fact that we now say fraud risks are significant risks, and you have to look at controls regardless of whether they are assertion level fraud risks or financial statement level fraud risks. And then the additional paragraph in 114A was to draw the point out actually that was just made, which is you could have direct controls, you could have indirect controls, but you have to think about controls for any fraud risk. You can't just look at direct controls at the assertion level for fraud risk. You have to also think about controls for financial statement level risks. So that's what we were doing. And the crafter of that, I'm going to look at Josephine, help pull a lot of these words from the other standards that exist. So a lot of these are not original words. They've been put together in this paragraph, but they come from other parts of the standards.
Okay, should we go to the next topic? Overall response, I guess it's just the application material.
Yeah, so overall response, the addition of the application material paragraph there was to address it's kind of along the same theme. So we have financial statement level risks due to fraud that are not management override, but can be financial statement level risks due to fraud. And we wanted to ensure that because those are significant risks, that we had some application material that said, and I'll use Josephine's word, that the overall responses were more oomphy than you might have originally thought based on what we had in 126. So what 126 was essentially doing before was sort of a nod to professional skepticism that you might increase it. We felt that really wasn't sufficient enough for a significant risk. So what we put in there was some changed wording and have the examples in the example box as things the auditor would think about because you are now addressing a significant risk.
I'm definitely not putting oomphy in the cost manual. Nancy.
Yeah, thanks. Oh, I just lost my screen here. My comment is that I'm fine with the paragraph. My comment is the box with the multiple examples. So let me just see if I can find my page here. What happened? Okay, got it back. So we listed a whole long list of examples here, and I understand the intention. We're trying to sort of demonstrate what might be this change in general approach or some of the overall response might be. But when you list it that long, I think it runs the risk of being seen as a checklist. So I was wondering whether there's appetite to maybe just take maybe 2 out of the whole list. And if that point resonate with you, I keep the first one, which is the nature extent of the documentation to be examined. And then probably number 4 or 5. 4 talks about augmenting the team with experienced individuals. And the other one is direction and supervision. So maybe just get at a couple of examples as opposed to have people look at that and sort of say, okay, I've done that, and then that's it. So I leave that thought with you, but I don't have any issue with either the main text or the examples themselves.
Neil, were you coming in on this point too?
It was on the main text, not on the examples.
Okay, I know Josephine was going to respond to Nancy, I think.
Yeah, thank you. This sort of goes back to, I should start with the fact this material has been here for a while now, actually. So to some extent, we know over time that people have been comfortable with it. I do understand that it's long, but this goes to exactly the point why it probably needs to be that comprehensive, is that we now have financial statement level risks that are pervasive, but they're significant risks. That means that you really have to really change the game when you respond. And the question that will come to us is like, okay, we really have to change the game now. Is like, well, what example? And it really is rethinking the engagement team. Do you have the right people there? It really is, making sure that you're corroborating more appropriately and so forth. And so I would be really concerned about reducing this list in any way whatsoever.
It was just a thought. I'm fine with that. And I think it speaks to that, what do we call it? The oomph factor.
It's very oomphy. Neil?
I think it goes to the oomph factor with the term, this has a significant bearing on the auditor's general approach. Is that consistent wording terminology we use elsewhere? You've pulled it from 315, or where's it come from? From where?
I had to look it up myself as well because I started with the same question. And and we found it. And so 330A3 uses exactly the same language, and the last bullet point that the team inserted was the other bits that came out of that very same paragraph. So I'm okay with it. I first started writing up some comments, did research, said okay, fine.
I actually thought you recalled that paragraph without looking it up.
Yeah, I wish.
Neil, anything else? Okay. You're defeated.
No, I was going to go back to one. Well, let's try another one. I missed A114A when we had an opportunity earlier. There's a wording in the middle of the paragraph. It says the auditor determines the implementation of an identified control by establishing that the control exists and that the entity is using it. Is that also wording from elsewhere? It feels quite casual, right?
That's directly from 315.
Why were they so casual then?
They just gave me that stand in the first board meeting I was chairing. Okay. Ada.
So on A114A, but also on the A103, when we speak of de-implementation or their implementation, is it, and it may come straight out of 315, but we're thinking that whether identified controls have been implemented would be more appropriate language. But I haven't checked back to 315. But I have a couple of grammar and textual suggestions which we'll send in.
Okay. We could look that up too. Okay. Should we move to, we're getting to, my favorite, stand back requirement, paragraph 53A.
And not a ton to say about this one because what we've taken is what we showed you on the slide yesterday and put it in this draft. So that's all I'll say on that one, Tom.
Okay. I think people were in support of that yesterday, and it looks like people are fine with it today. Okay, let's go to written presentation.
Missing an RE there. Written representation.
I was going to say, it seems so strange.
Created a new term.
Created, well, this is a written presentation.
So that's true. That's true. So we had quite a long discussion at the board session yesterday around the inquiries of management, the written representations, and the communications with those charged with governance. You will see we've only brought the written representation paragraph back because that's the only one we've made a change to. So we recognize that we had a discussion sort of collectively about all of them, but this is the one that the task force is proposing the change to. And it's really the change to paragraph 62C3, which is to add in wording that comes after others. So it would be others where the fraud could have an effect on the financial statements. We had quite a long discussion about this, and we also looked through 250. And ISO 250 uses very, very similar wording as a threshold for their management representation around no-CLAR. And so that's where the task force landed in responding to the board's comments from yesterday.
Nancy.
Well, I'm sure there's lots of intervention on this one. There were quite a bit of views being expressed on this subject the other day. For me, this works really well for me. Like it just didn't, the light bulb didn't go on when Julie made the suggestion yesterday. I later on reflect on it. It does it perfect for me. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, Renan and Robert.
Thank you, Tom. Just, I was wondering if it is not contradictory include in the letter 3 the phrase where the fraud could affect an effect on the financial statement when we are trying to refer in the general paragraph to or the allegation of fraud affecting the entity. Maybe it should be clearer if we add a paragraph between C and D to state other situations, because I don't know, I find contradictory orders with the limited that I agree with the limit, but not with the order in the text.
Robert, or do you want to come in on this? Robert?
Well, thank you very much for the changes in 62. I think it's a big improvement compared to what we had before. Actually, when I read the changes, you did two changes. And the one you mentioned was III, and the other one was in the introductory sentence of C, you deleted the word any. I'm fine with this. However, in paragraph 33, which you obviously did not change, you still have the word any fraud, and maybe you want to align these. Yeah. With respect to III, pardon me. With respect to III and your changes, fraud could have an effect of where fraud could have an effect on the financial statements. Basically, I'm fine with this. However, we should think about the situation. If you are the group auditor and it's the group management who has to give this written representation towards the group auditor, there could be fraud at some subsidiary level far away from headquarters that could have an effect on financial statements at subsidiary level, even significant, but at the end, it doesn't bother the group financial statements at all because they are not significant from a group's perspective. And so you could end up in a situation where group management doesn't get to know these information because they are not significant. And this is the only drawback I see with respect to this sentence here. Thank you.
We'll take a look at 33 because I take your point that we've struck any and then we have any somewhere else. For the last point, Robert, the lead-in does say they've disclosed to the auditor their knowledge of fraud or suspected fraud. So it's within what they know about.
Thank you. Then I'm fine.
Okay. So should we move to group audits?
Sure. So 44A, we haven't changed the if I could say the intent or the spirit of 44A. What we did do was reword it. And so we wanted to make sure you were comfortable with our rewording of 44A as presented in this draft.
Ada?
So I'm comfortable with the redrafting of 44A. The question I have is, so what about 45? But we'll happily wait for it tomorrow.
Anyone else? Tomorrow we get the final draft is what.
So Ada, to respond to you, we didn't bring 45H back because we were not proposing to change 45H. We still felt that collectively that communication needed to make its way to the group the group auditor for them to be able to affect the decisions they need to make in paragraph 55, because they need to be comfortable with the information that they get. So we didn't propose a change to 45H.
Anyone else? Robert, that's your 10 from earlier. That's your 10 up from earlier. Okay. Okay, I think we're through the targeted issues. Anything more you want to say?
Just that we'll reflect on what we heard now. We are still aiming for tomorrow afternoon to have the full draft provided back to the board, and we look forward to discussing it Friday morning. If you have any questions or concerns you want to raise with us, certainly don't need to wait till Friday morning, but that would be the official office hours, if I can call it that. But if you want to talk to any of us before then, please do.
Okay, great. Well done, team. Thank you, everyone. It's been a long day. I don't know, Philippe, if you want to say anything from a PIOB observation perspective.
Thank you very much to the team, Julie, for the modifications and the update. I think that it reflects some concerns expressed yesterday, and these are satisfactory wordings. So thank you for that.
Okay, before we close this session, I just want to remind the public that we will return a public session tomorrow at 11 a.m. It's because we'll be holding an executive session from 9 to 10:30 a.m. Could we close the meeting online? I have a couple of administrative announcements that